participation out in Tampa, as well as the recent trip out to DC. You represent our youth in our city very well. In the interaction, you guys keep it very professional, and I appreciate that. And all the events that you guys have within our city, interacting with the youth in the community, just shows that you guys are our future as far as leadership. So thank you very much, and keep up the great work.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for your presentation and just for your active want to be in community in this way. I actually want to know, what has been your guys' so far favorite conference to go to?
My favorite conference was definitely going to NLC in Florida. It was a great learning opportunity. I learned from like so many new different commissions, and we got to collaborate and learn different cities.
I agree. I think mine was also Florida. We had such an amazing time. We were able to do some fun things outside of, the conference as well. We went swimming with manatees, so that was amazing. And I felt like I really got to bond. I saw a lot of the commissioners that went flourish from the people that they used to be. I feel like I've seen a lot of this trend where, some people join and they're kind of quiet at first, but as time goes on, I've seen them grow so much, especially Christopher, for example. He used to be very quiet, and now look at him, he's up here presenting. So I'm so proud of them, and they've done such an amazing work, and I've seen them grow so much from the people they used to be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a comment on this side. Sure.
Leah is about to graduate, so she'll be moving on. So just wanted to share, she's been doing a lot. And then just Christopher being your freshman and taking a leadership role, I think it's just amazing.
Yes. Do we know what your future holds, Leah?
Yes, I have committed to the University of Northern Colorado, where I will only be paying $1,000 this year, and I will be joining the nursing program.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You've made such an impact in Commerce City, and I hope you come back and we
Thank
see you
you,
sitting at
yes.
this table or another table in the future.
I hope, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
I just want to add, you participated in Music in the Park, right? All four, and I didn't see that up there.
Up there.
You play an important part of that event, and it's not just one, it's four. So I want to thank you for your contribution and support of that
Thank you.
as well.
Thank you, Leah. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you so much for
And we'll
having
be
me.
seeing more of Christopher, I know,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay, we
we
have
will.
3 more years of you. That's good. Thank you.
so much.
Thank you. Now I'm going to invite Delilah Collins forward to give the presentation. I do want to point out for you that the podium has been moved to a different spot than usual. And on the ceiling are microphones. So typically the podium would be over there where there's a microphone overhead. So as long as you're speaking up, it'll help the folks who are at home trying to listen.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Chair Collins, would you like to begin?
Yes, I would. I'm trying to get my presentation.
Oh. Do we have?
Do we have my presentation queued up?
Okay, hang on a minute. Do we have?
That's okay.
Oh, there he is.
Next. Full screen for you. There you go. All right. Good evening. I'm Delilah Collins, and I'm a co-chair of the Parks, Recreation, and Golf Advisory Committee. And I'm here to give our annual update. I'll figure this out, slides and things. All right. So PRG Advisory Committee purpose. The PRG Advisory Committee advises the city on issues related to the planning, construction, regulation, maintenance, repair, and operation of city-owned and/or controlled parks, golf, recreation, amenities, and facilities, open spaces, and program services. The membership is the list that's on the screen. We have 13 members with 2 serving as co-chairs. I am one co-chair, and Desiree Martinelli is the other co-chair. She couldn't be with us tonight because normally we would split the presentation. Because she's out of the country on work. So we have Councilmember Dukes as our council member representative, Octavio Oz, Flores, Bob, Grenadini, Josh Hood, his term expires in May. Sean McDowell, Councilmember Teeter, Paul Wieland, and Carl Zimmerman. Those are all the members of the committee. Oftentimes, and every year, we always want to bring forth a little synopsis or reasons for why our members participate in the committee. And this year, we had an opportunity to gather information from our committee members, and I will read them to you. I want to represent their words and not paraphrase anything. Councilmember Dukes states, as a father of 3, I want to take my kids to community events and enhance our experiences while also giving back to the city. Member Grenadetti, I joined to give back to the community of Commerce City and to learn about its development plans for the next 10+ years. He also serves on the Youth Commission. Then we have Member McDowell, trails. Just kidding. But he really wanted to be thoughtful and consider how to improve our trail system. Councilmember Teeter, my goal is to connect all the trails, make them safer, and facilitate connections throughout subdivisions in the city. Member Wieland, after serving 3 years, taking a year off, and now being in my 2nd term, I became involved to understand what is happening in our community. My connection to the open space restoration project and passion for disc golf and tree preservation. It drives him to contribute. And then Member Zimmerman, I want to give a voice to people who feel they're not being heard. I knew I would encounter perspectives that I don't share, and processes that I don't normally follow. So selfishly, I knew the experience would also be good for my own personal growth. And every year, I also share my reason for being on the committee. The very first time I volunteered was way back in 2000 and something. And I've been volunteering with the committee for many years. And I initially volunteered to better understand what's happening in the community. And over the years, I've served on several boards and commissions, and I've come to recognize the true value of our work, our voices, our perspective, and our willingness to dedicate our time toward creating solutions that contribute to a quality community for a lifetime. Throughout this experience, I also learned that disagreement is inevitable. However, it is how we conduct ourselves during those disagreements that reveals our character, builds trust, and fosters a willingness to collaborate. Unfortunately, during this term on the PRG, I have encountered behavior that contrasts sharply with these values. As I continue my term, I remain committed to lead by example. And perhaps through my actions, I can inspire others to approach disagreements with respect and a shared goal of bettering our community. Next slide. So here are some highlights. So with all of that, we did do some good things, and we did participate in a lot of things over this year. We held 9 meetings covering a wide variety of topics, including the PRG Master Plan, our budget, the naming of Kalu Park, active adult and inclusion programming, the Bison Ridge Active Adult Room, which was remodeled, summer shindig, CIP updates, brochure updates, golf programs, private golf carts, Buffalo Run Clubhouse, trees, and a future Buckley Community Park. We participated in a park tour. We participated in program and services and reported back to advisory staff. And this is one of the things that we implemented recently. And a lot of us volunteered at several events, including and not limited to Music in the Park. So during our last meeting, council recently asked PRG Advisory Committee to discuss and make recommendations on the following: whether to become a commission, what to name the commission, and whether to create a separate golf advisory committee. And so we met on April 15th to discuss the implications and what we would like to do as a committee. And the body decided that we recommend becoming a commission. We recommended naming it the Park Recreation and Golf Commission. And we recommended not to create a separate golf advisory committee at this time, knowing that we can come back later and make that change if we need to. So some of the events that were held and some of the things that we participated in, the Monaco Park reopening. If you haven't been out to that park, it's pretty cool. We did a lot of things on that park. Music in the park, we have in the picture, one of our former members, which is, Mike, I haven't written it down. Mike Stegman, he moved to Colorado Springs, so he had to resign, but he was, an active member. He showed up to, a lot of the events and he was just a fun person to work with. I don't know about the person in the left hand, but I think it's Councilmember Dukes and his family, out with Run with Buffalo. And then we have Sean, McDowell, who is also a member, and he was doing the Run with the Buffaloes. We had the Wild for Life Triathlon and then Fall Fest. Fourth Fest, of course, is a great thing, and MiniCon, which is a really, really exciting opportunity. If you haven't been to MiniCon, it is pretty cool. If you've ever been to Comic-Con, that's the bigger version of this one. And so it's really, really neat that we were able to host that in our community. And with that, are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Delilah. I really appreciate it. You guys have been very busy this year. Does anyone have any questions for Delilah? Okay, Councilmember Teeter?
I don't have a voice, but I just got a comment. I'd just like to commend Commissioner Bob Renetti. And on this Earth Day, man, you wouldn't believe all the kids he had out there.
Okay.
And he was having a great time and all the kids were having a great time. And he's always been willing to show up and manage a table and whatever the event is.
Yeah.
It was something to see all those kids
Definitely
having
deserves
fun.
recognition for sure.
Mayor Douglas?
Thank you, Delilah. Appreciate the presentation and your commitment to Commerce City and also to this committee. And the fact that you guys want to separate it out, give it true meaning. I did serve on the Parks and Recs committee years ago for a couple of terms, and really wanted to make sure people who did serve that their time was spent well, valued, and they were also acknowledged. That's very important when we have our citizens come and participate and actually share their time and efforts and wanting to see the best outcome when it comes to parks recreation because they live here. And they want to make sure what they deliver being on that board will be an impact that will last out their lifetime. So I appreciate your time and your commitment as chair of this committee, because that says a lot. So I truly thank you for your participation.
Councilmember Dukes?
Yeah, Delilah, thank you for your leadership on the commission or the soon-to-be commission. And thank you for just keeping the ship moving to the right direction. Without your leadership and without your direction and understanding the Roberts and the Bob's rules of order, like I think you see the highlights and you see all the accomplishments in the deck, but it really comes down to like your leadership and creating an environment for PRG, for folks to show up as their authentic self. And so thank you for all that.
Thank you. And I have a question, Delilah. How would you describe the progress that's being made on the PRG master plan?
That's a really great question. I know that it was drafted, it was signed over, and I think that most of the work that we're doing, it falls right in line with what has been outlined in the master plan. Updating the parks, creating new parks, making sure that we're able to maintain our parks, the trails, ensuring that our trails are getting the love that they need. I think that all of that it goes into that master planning process, but we're in its infancy, right? So the plan has just been, it's out there. It's a 25-year plan, the overall plan. And so we probably have to go slow before we go fast. And all of the things that the city is doing will lean itself into the work that has been outlined into the master plan.
That's great. That's great. And I know there are they ranked, 30 items were ranked by residents. So I think that's a great template to review annually as well to see, you know, whether we're catching everything or overlooking anything that had been pointed out during the course of those meetings, because at the time I was on, I was a liaison to PRNG when we had those interviews with the consultants. It was really an interesting experience, so.
And it was interesting, some of the interviews and the outcomes and kind of what was actually decided and what was kind of what actually made it in. And so, you know, it's just the health of the community. It's just making sure that everyone has an opportunity to have access to everything that's out there. And I think, you know, you have a great foundation to get you where you need to go. And with the continued effort of seeking out the advice of your community members and being amenable and willing to listen to those community members, and also keeping that document as your North Star, I think the city will have a really, really successful adoption and implementation of those items in the plan.
Great, and I'm excited for you all to become a commission. That's long overdue, and I was very happy to bring that motion forward. Advisory committees are temporary in nature, and you have been temporary for a lot of years. So definitely time to be a commission. We have a question here from Councilmember
Not a
Douglas.
question, but a comment. Thank you, Chair Collins, for your authentic commitment and love of this community. And on top of that, your leadership. And we wouldn't be here right now if it wasn't for you. And so we have to recognize that fact. And you are very appreciated. So keep up the good work. And I'm thrilled that you're going to become a commission that. And one thing that I caught that you said, that you've come to recognize how important the boards and commissions are to the success of this city. And I just hope other people catch that bug and realize that without the boards and commissions, we wouldn't be the community we are. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your willingness to continue with boards, with Parks Recreation and golf. And we'll see you next year.
I have a question. I have a question for you, Leave, Delilah. Oh, and I guess this is for Chad. I know there hasn't been an official motion yet for the commission for PRG. Is that something that did we decide come from council, or what was the final decision on that one?
I did make a motion about it, Councilmember Dukes, but we can discuss that
Well,
later.
I think it was a motion about EPAC. But go ahead, Chad.
That we had a first ordinance passage and then a second reading. We had first reading and now we have to have second reading on it. So that will be May 7th.
My understanding is that the Parks and Rec and golf was not in that motion. Again, I need clarification.
The motion was made at admin council business.
Yes, it was made.
A month ago. And then the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee just voted on that last Tuesday. So we just need to write the ordinance, right? Like we need to write the ordinance and then get it to council. So that we just got to get through the process a little bit, but we'll get it in front of council soon on an ordinance to be passed.
Yeah, technically my motion was to make it a commission, but go to the committee to ask them about whether they want to become a commission and also whether they want to spin off a golf advisory committee.
Thank you, Chad. Thanks for
You're right, ordinance. Thank you. Okay, appreciate it.
Thanks, Delilah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Delilah. Okay, City Attorney Zarzeki.
Yes, I'm happy to introduce General Counsel of SRSA, Sam Light. Before I do that, just to give you all a reminder of why we're here. In a never-ending endeavor to continue to help council and help the city. Deputy City Attorney Durfee and I met in January and identified areas that we think we can continue to help my office to support city council. And one of those areas is what I think should become an annual refresher course / training for new council members on liability as it relates to each of you as public officials. So with that, I'm excited to have General Counsel himself, Sam Light from Sursa. He's been, he joined Sursa in 2018 and was previously in private practice with the Denver firm Light and Kelly, where he practiced for over 20 years in areas of municipal and public entity law and government liability and insurance issues. He has served as general and special counsel to a number of municipalities and other public entities throughout the state of Colorado. We had lunch with Sam, was that in December or January? Gosh, to brainstorm, ideas on how we could structure this to make it an informative presentation for you all. And this is the end result of that. And I know he has some gifts for each of you that I mentioned in our council meeting last week. So,
Yes, is that legal?
yes.
Yes.
Well, this is like,
Well, it's educational materials. Educational.
I love where you're headed though.
You have to be careful.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Thank you, Lee.
Pretty serious
Thank you,
there.
Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff. Thank you for having me out this evening. I see some familiar faces and a couple of new ones as well. And thank you for that introduction.
We pass those out for you.
Sure, that'd be wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. So just a little bit more background. As Lee mentioned, I'm Sam Light and I'm General Counsel and Deputy Executive Director for Sursa, which is that acronym that stands for the Colorado Intergovernmental Risk Sharing Agency, which is pretty long and not that exciting of a name, which is why we call it Sursa, right? But we're the city's insurance provider for property and casualty coverage, right? So among the bread and butter work that we do is we provide insurance coverage on your assets and for your liabilities. So everything from property insurance on this building to auto physical damage insurance on your vehicles to perhaps more interestingly, but sometimes more risky, to the liability insurance coverages that apply to public entities, everything from insurance for, or maybe in the winter, you have a slip and fall out in front of City Hall and someone thinks it's your fault. We cover that type of bodily injury claim. All the way up to more esoteric types of risk for public entities, things like law enforcement liability, that gets a lot of news. And probably most interestingly for you all, we provide public officials liability coverage for public officials. So we do obviously take care of the bread and butter stuff for Sursa, but here's one thing I want to highlight about Sursa. We're not a commercial insurance provider. We are a public entity self-insurance pool, organized under Colorado state statutes, owned and controlled by our members, you, right? We have about 295 members. Sursa is essentially the municipal pool in Colorado. We insure about 90% of the municipalities in the state of Colorado. So that's almost all of the small, almost all of the small to mid-size, and almost all the mid-size to large, but not the really, really large ones like the Denvers of the world, which frankly, in a pooling scenario, would be a little awkward to have that large of an entity. We've grown over the years. One of the great things about being a pool, and we're very proud of this, is it allows us to build good relationships with our members and get a good understanding of what their insurance and risk management needs are. But as a public entity ourselves that insures public entities, we have a risk management approach, which is kind of encapsulated in this slogan that we're all in this together, right? Just as you are good stewards, right? And fiduciaries of your own organization taking care of city funds and assets, we collectively do that on behalf of the pool. And we can't understate how much we value our longstanding relationship with the city of Commerce City. To give you a sense of how long that relationship has been, Sursa was formed back in 1982. We've grown a bit, and back then we had 18 members, and one of those founding members was the city of Commerce City. So thank you very much for being a long and valued member of Sursa. Now, in addition to the bread and butter stuff, what we like to do every once in a while as part of our risk management program is get out and provide risk management services to our members. And that's for every component of the organization, for your public works and your police, and your admin staff, and for all other functions within the city. We have all sorts of risk management resources for you. And so your manager
and staff know of what those resources are, but myself and our executive director and now I have a general counsel, we finally grown into general counsel as well. We have resources where we do trainings for elected and appointed officials. We try to get out about once every 18 months or 2 years to visit with you all and to do really a refresher, right? This is an opportunity. You all agree with the notion you got a lot of council business going on, meeting after meeting after meeting. So this is an opportunity just to park a little bit of time, right? To step back, kind of exercise that muscle around good risk management at the governing body level, right? I think I last came back in December of 2023. At that time, we focused on a couple of different issues, so I've kind of refreshed here. And as Lee mentioned, we talked a little bit about some issues that we thought would be good to provide some additional training on. And all these issues, one other comforting fact for you, I hope, is that you are not alone in dealing with these risk issues that I'm going to talk about. These are issues that a lot of our governing bodies face. But at the end of the day, though I am an attorney, recognize this isn't an attorney-client discussion, right? My presentation, I sort of going to organize around best practices suggestions that will help you manage liability and also hopefully help you, do your jobs effectively and succeed collectively as a council. So we're going to touch on some transparency issues, maybe a little bit on some hot topics. We're going to talk about risk from the lens of viewing your role as a member of the governing body as being a fiduciary of the organization. We'll talk about what that means. I'm going to touch briefly on organizational structure a little bit, and then talk about what are the ways that governing bodies can actually create civil liability risks and what are some of the key takeaways from our perspective at Sursa and how you can manage and mitigate, minimize, avoid those risks. So again, I do want to make our time together as helpful as possible. So if you have questions, feel free to ask those as we go. Yes, sir.
Being a member of a body that is trying to do our fiduciary duty, our council has basically taken a stance that we're anti-oil and gas, and we're blocking any oil and gas company from making any money in our area that we have control over.
Yeah.
Are we putting ourselves at any risk by denying the landowners the right to tap into some of these fees that they could be collecting from these oil wells?
Yeah.
And then we're blocking them from collecting. Is there any kind of possible legal right there, since we do have a fiduciary duty to take care of our taxpayers?
Yeah, there are some
As a
rights
whole.
there are some rights and obligations there. You got your first question out before I made my last disclaimer. So let me do that, and then I will add a thought or two when directed towards your comments. Though I am an attorney, right? This is an attorney-client session, but I do get questions that sometimes to me feel like they're the live question of the day, right? Sometimes I'll be in trainings and someone will say something like, Sam, I got a question. What if another member of the town board does this? And everyone's eyes open wide, and I get the sense in the room that this is the live burning issue of the day.
We're doing it as a group.
Yeah, so in those situations, I'm happy to provide where I feel it's appropriate, some risk management suggestions from Sursa's perspective. But for those live issues where you need legal advice in the here and now, you want to rely upon your city attorney's office, and you got a wonderful resource there. In fact, that's one of my primary risk management suggestions to you, because at the end of the day, you have to remember we're, as the 9 members of council, we are part-time layperson, citizen, volunteer legislators making policy. And we were never on the ballot or otherwise asked to be things like Supreme Court justices or HR managers, right? But the good thing is you have a professional staff that's there to help you with those issues, right? So I do have a little bit of a sense that this might be a policy issue or debate that's going on now. Maybe you're working on ordinances around oil and gas. Here's my risk management suggestion in that issue, because there's going to be a lot of differing opinions on this issue. And some of those differing opinions might square themselves where a legal question comes up, right? A couple of things, and I was going to get to this later, but I'll get to it now. In those issues where it seems risky or people have legal questions, I encourage you to take the time you need and get the information you need to help address those questions that might be frustrating. You know, if the community wants you to adopt an ordinance now that does this, or the industry wants you to adopt an ordinance now that does that, right? But you, as the 9 members with a fiduciary obligation, right, want to recognize 2 things. We take action collectively. And though we each may have our own personal opinions, we are working towards the voice of the council, right? So yes, we're going to deliberate with many voices on this issue, but we're all going to work towards the collective voice of the council. That's where you actually take action when you adopt that ordinance. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter necessarily whether it's a 5-4 vote or a 9-0 vote, right? But once the council has spoken, then we have to appreciate that that's the voice of council, even if we may have individually had a differing opinion, such as, I think the ordinance is too onerous and it's depriving people of their rights, right, to develop their resources, right? That may be a personal opinion, but if the council as a whole has vetted the legal issues and come to the conclusion that this is a defensible, supportable ordinance, then that's where the council has landed, right? Conversely, you know, maybe your opinion if the ordinance doesn't go far enough, we should have pushed the envelope further, we should have done this or that. That in the same vein is a personal opinion that yes, should and can be raised to get questions answered as we go through the process. But from a risk management perspective, you have to understand once the decision is reached, that's the voice of council. So is that helpful in terms of
Yeah,
process?
so you're basically saying, so if somebody does bring a lawsuit, they're gonna have to sue the whole council instead of an individual council person.
Well, the council acts as a whole. And that's one of my later risk management suggestions is recognize, and I think you believe would echo this, but I won't put them on the spot. Recognize that one of your greatest protections is to accept it may be frustrating at times, but be accepting of the fact, as is the case under your charter and ordinances, that the city council acts as one. We do have a 9-member council, right? But I'm pretty certain that if you look in that charter and look at the ordinances, there is no provision therein that says the authority of the council as an institution may be exercised by any one member. The great comfort about that from a civil liability standpoint is you can hear it now, right? You adopt that ordinance, someone, no matter what side they're on, is upset about that ordinance. You adopt that ordinance, you just had a 6-3 vote. Somebody's upset with, they say, I'm so upset about this ordinance, I'm gonna sue you and only you for council's adopted it. There's no easy path to individual liability for that. It's a collective action of the council. So there's strength in numbers and there's protection in doing your work in this room collectively, or that room over there in the council chambers. And if you want to get deeper into the civil liability issues, your city attorney will tell you that when you're doing things as you should be, because this is the council role, you're doing your legislative work collectively as a group. There's protection in numbers and there's all sorts of privileges that apply. Like even when you're having a debate, even if the debate may seem a little sharp or tense or what have you, that's all part of legislative privilege. You're doing your job correctly as a decision maker on land use applications, as long as you're providing fair process, you're going to have quasi judicial immunity to a lot of types of civil claims that come up. Yep. So yes, it may be, you know, at the end of the day, you want to make your decisions, right? You don't want to let the fear of liability drive decision-making, right? But you want to be assured that when you get to a decision point, right, if we know that we're making, right, a good decision through a fair and defensible process, applying the right rules, right, and staying within the legal boundaries, then we're going to be just fine. And sometimes those lawsuits are going to come, right? And if it's a covered lawsuit, that's what CERS is there to help defend you against, right? But it's very difficult, almost impossible to pick off an individual, right, city council member, right, for their vote on an ordinance that's being adopted within the course and scope of your work as a council member. You know, that's different than concepts we covered a year and a half ago when I talked about how can you get out of your lane and lose your own individual protections, you know, for things like willful and wanton conduct or going outside the scope of your authority, right?
I would like to ask Mr. Light to continue with his
sorry.
with his presentation.
Yeah.
You can ask your questions later, Councilmember Teeter, on this topic in particular, but I do think in reading through the presentation, there's a lot of things that we would like to hear about. Thank you.
Yep, we'll keep moving, and I probably have bitten off a couple of chunks that I'll skip over later. Than what I've said here. Okay, all right, so let's pivot here and talk about some transparency related risks. I'm going to move quickly through this because I'm sure you've gotten training from the city attorney's office on the open meeting law, right? and the basic requirements, the basic requirements. But I thought I'd just give you a sense of what it looks like from a risk standpoint. In some recent developments. So not too long ago, the Colorado Court of Appeal confirmed that essentially anyone denied or threatened with denial of the open meetings law right can sue for an open meeting law violation. I always thought that seems a little strange, because you would like to think, well, doesn't that person who thinks we violated the open meeting law, don't they have to be a resident of the city? Or don't they have to have some stake in the matter for which they're accusing us of an open meeting violation? The answer is no. Anyone, anywhere. Right, and I will tell you from a risk profile perspective, there is a cottage industry in the state of Colorado where there are potential claimants represented by potential attorneys, right, who are looking for violations of the open meeting law by Colorado local governments. Now, on the flip side of that, one of the reasons I think of review that is because we are so transparent. That there is an industry of people that watch your meeting videos, read your minutes, look at your agendas, to determine whether or not you've engaged in some technical violation of the meeting's law. So keep that in mind. Recognize also that from a court's perspective, right, their view, and this is true under the law, is that the rules of interpretation are construed by courts to favor openness and transparency. So when we get potentially close to the line, we need to recognize that if it's a debatable point in a judicial proceeding, the court's likely going to put their thumb on the scale of what? Transparency. Which means that if there's someone suing you for violation of transparency laws, they'll rule in favor of the plaintiff. Okay. There are various remedies for violations of the open meetings law. I will say that a violation of the open meetings law is not one of those high profile money damages claims. In fact, there is no right to money damages for a violation, right? But some of the damages can be quite impactful on your own pocketbook and on your own reputation, right? Because under the Colorado Open Meetings Law, a successful plaintiff is entitled to recover their attorney's fees. That may lead you to the question of, okay, so I guess that means if we win, we have a successful defense, we get our attorney's fees. No, it's a one-way fee shifting provision, right? Yeah, SURSA does provide some limited defense if the alleged open meeting law violation is by the city council, the governing body. That's only for the cost of defense. The statute allows the attorney to recover their attorney's fees. Those attorney's fees are not covered by insurance. Okay, so that's another way you can have a direct financial impact. So be cautious around the open meetings law. One of the hot topics we're seeing these days is that we all know this because of our prior training. The open meetings law says whenever 3 or more council members meet to discuss public business, has to be a meeting that's open to the public, right? So it's a rule of 3. It's not a rule of one-on-one. And it's absolutely true that as ambassadors of the organization, it's okay for one council member to sit down with another council member and have coffee, get to know each other. So 3 or more openness rule applies, one-on-one, right? The openness rule does not apply. The hot topic in our world these days is what is this kind of meeting? What about one-on-one, right? They got all sorts of names for that, but they call it a serial meeting or a walking forum or a daisy chain meeting. Just recognize that if the evidence comes in, right, whether they can amass evidence by all sorts of means, right? But if the evidence comes in to suggest that what's going on at a duly noticed public meeting is a mere rubber stamping of some decision that was reached by one-on-one meetings outside of the open meeting process, then that's where the risk lies of an open meetings law violation. And there's high-profile examples. I'm knock on wood, I'm kind of okay with those examples because the one that's in the news right now involves a county, not a SURSA member, right? But there's been some, but there's ones that pop up in the news involving municipalities as well. Okay, you all know that you're allowed to have executive sessions. You know that the rules around those are very restrictive, both substantively about what you can discuss in executive session and procedurally about the steps you need to take to get into the executive session. So make sure you're following those. Staff's going to take care of a lot of that for you, except for a couple of areas where you as the elected officials need to self-police.
Can I ask you a quick question on that?
Yes.
So for the most part, we've done a really good job on that. And when, to the extent that we think there's going to be a need for an executive session, we will agendize it.
Right.
With a specific citation and the specific rationale for it.
Yeah.
I think in my, little over a year time here, we had one impromptu executive session do you have any concerns with an impromptu executive session that's not agendized on a published agenda, as long as we're still citing the correct citation and explaining the rationale for government?
I think that's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
But you got the citation, the
Yeah.
topic, the subject matter. If it's a personnel issue, that seems a little riskier to me,
Yeah.
particularly because you have to give notice to the person who's the subject of the executive session. And go, oh, well, we just came up today, let's add this, but we can't reach them. Not a good idea.
Yeah.
Bad idea. So be careful of that issue. In terms of self-policing, from where you sit as the governing body, if that motion is being made, I don't know if staff makes the motion or they provide you with a script, but just keep your antenna up, your ears open, and if something doesn't sound right, just slow it down. Wait a second, did we get that motion right? Right, that kind of thing, because once you adopt that motion and go into the executive session, there's no way to undo the procedural hiccup that may have occurred. Now, in executive session, then, the other area where you need to self-police is it's your obligation to stay on topic. Right, so if you go in for an executive session for legal advice, we can't mix and match topics and say, you know, while they're in here, can we get an update, manager, on that matter of public negotiation? That's not permitted. You can go out of executive session and start the process all over again for a new executive session. But you can't mix and match topics. And then third, recognize, and I'm sure this is addressed in your council of procedures, it's the fiduciary responsibility of the people in the executive session to protect the confidentiality of that information, right? And there are all sorts of tools to get on the same page about that, but a good one that I recommend is maybe before you break from executive session, whoever's leading that says, this comes up particularly with regard to matters that are subject to negotiation. Because sometimes we need background in executive session in order to formulate that strategy or to give instructions to your negotiators, right? So maybe before you leave that executive session, you say to yourselves, okay, of all the executive confidential information that we've discussed in this executive session, which information, if any, leaves this room and who's our spokesperson? And then as fiduciaries, we're all on the same page, but we're also all obligated to protect that confidential information. And that's true irrespective of whether you voted against the motion to go into executive session and irrespective of the fact that you may not, you can't stand the issue that was discussed, right? The confidentiality of the council of an institution belongs collectively to the institution. So that may sound unfair, but like, well, that's not fair. I think we should be more transparent on this negotiation issue. What's your remedy? Is it to go out and disclose to the community confidential information about the consent of council? No. Like, you keep fighting. Next time that issue comes up, maybe it takes multiple sessions to get through this negotiation because you got to give direction on strategy a couple times. You say to council before you, look, I'd like us to be more transparent. Isn't there something that we can share with the community? The other way to do that and to build community faith and trust is you come out of that executive session, maybe there's a statement for the record. Hey, just wanted to confirm the executive session was about this, but I want to let the community know that it was only to give our manager some instructions about a potential negotiation. But rest assured, community, if any of that strategy gets traction, we will have an opportunity for a public discussion at a future agenda item. We're just working to protect the interest of the city by having a private session for negotiations or what have you. I think because sometimes citizens lose sight of that, right? Even executive sessions that are fully proper by the book, right? Sometimes citizens are doubtful and they're like, what's going on, right? So those little touch points to help remind them we do this to protect the city and to help us as a community, right? Being advantaged in an important matter or discuss something that needs, where there's particular interests that need to be protected. All right, so keep that stuff in mind. All right, we all know that the open meetings law says that a meeting is any kind of gathering to discuss public business, whether it's convened in person like we're doing tonight, or hybrid like we're doing tonight, or by other electronic means, right? So just recognize that electronic communication like emails, text messaging, chat. What was the app that the state legislature used that got them into some pickle? Was it Slack? It might have been Slack.
Denver didn't use that something.
Yeah, and our state legislature itself got into an open meetings pickle because the members of the state legislature were using Slack.
I think it was Signal.
Signal, thank
Yeah.
you. There we go. Yeah, it's having trouble keeping track of all these social media.
That's what our military uses.
Yeah, so just recognize that any of those electronic means of communication, right, can cause us to inadvertently walk into an open meetings issue whenever 3 or more members are communicating over those electronic means of communication about public business, about your job of being a public official. Okay, so keep that issue in mind. Recognize also additionally and separately from the open meetings law that you're also subject to the Open Records Act, right? And the Colorado Open Records Act is very broad. It basically says that all writings made, maintained, or kept by the city, right, concerning the exercise of its functions, the performance of its duties, concerning public funds, those are all potentially public records available to be public at any time upon making a request for inspection to the city clerk, subject to a long list of items that either permissibly or mandatorily must be withheld from disclosure. But that's what the city attorney's office is for. And they enjoy plowing through court requests to figure out what's disclosable and what's not. But in terms of creating risk for yourself, right, recognize that the correspondence of elected officials, right there in the statute, expressly says that the correspondence of elected officials is also public record. There are a couple of exceptions, narrow exceptions, but by and large, that means that any type of communication, right, that you engage in as an elected official that regards, concerns the performance of your duties, concerns public funds, concerns the discharge of your power or authority as a public official, right, is potentially a public record. That includes emails, text, chats. We just did a presentation on it, artificial intelligence last week, right? It probably includes, like, if you're using AI to ask questions, probably the prompt, if it relates to your job as a council member, probably prompt into AI is a public record, probably the results of that search are a public record, so all those kinds of things. Yeah. So let me just finish up this piece and I'll just finish up the bullets on the slide, then we'll take some questions. So I guess in all of that, what I would suggest is that you want to be circumspect in your use of electronic communications. You want to recognize also that the Colorado Open Records Act is narrower than the totality of means by which people may have access to your communications. Another way of saying that is there might be some basis for non-disclosure for the correspondence of an elected official in the face of a CORA request, but that may not be true in the face of civil discovery in a legal proceeding. The civil discovery in a legal proceeding is much more broader, right? Yeah, and the sanctions are much more onerous as well if we don't comply in civil discovery with a request for correspondence of elected officials. So it's definitely in our world, the claims world, that's a lot of where the action is, right? You make a controversial decision. Not uncommon that one of the first things that happens soon after that is somebody comes in and says, I'd like to get copies of all the communications. You know, they'll ask for all the usual routine, they give me all the city records, all the packet materials and minutes but what they really want is, I want all the text messages and electronic communications of the elected officials related to that and legally obligated to produce that stuff. So be cautious in your use of electronic communications. My simple takeaway is don't say in an email, a text, a chat, on Signal, Slack, or whatever, all these other things, don't say anything you wouldn't want to say in a public meeting, that you wouldn't want to read in the newspaper, or that you wouldn't want to have read back to you in the civil deposition, right? Recognize that those words can seem so much different when they appear on a piece of paper, right? Because body language may be lost. The fact that it was intended as a joke might be lost, right? On a cold transcript, I got plenty of plaintiffs' attorneys, if they can use that, if that cold words on that cold paper and transcript look different than what they might have looked at with the body language, they don't care. They'll use it against the defendants if they can. So, okay, you had a question about it?
I'm concerned about this AI to where, you know, people, I'm understanding they have apps out there now that can mimic your voice and possibly put out there that you said this and you said this statement when you didn't say it. Is there any recourse?
There could be under private tort law. I will tell you, this is not I'm going to do it real quick. I will tell you that last year, Colorado legislature and heaven help you if this ever comes across your desk, but the Colorado legislature passed a deep fake law a year or two ago, but it only applies to elections and election candidates. And if someone uses artificial intelligence to create a deep fake of a candidate, which includes both new candidates and incumbents who are running for reelection, and they don't disclose directly on the deep fake social media post that it was created and with AI and as a deep fake, then that individual can face potential civil liabilities. Okay. So I will say from Sursa's perspective that I'm not sure that doing that as an individual, well, I go beyond that. I would say that that's probably not something that someone's doing within the course and scope of their duties as an elected official. So, of course, we have to look at every claim when it comes in to determine coverage. But I would say that's probably not something that's going to be covered by Sursa, right? If we're individually engaging in deep fakes to get advantage in an election campaign. Okay. There's a handout that's linked in the slides, a little more about electronic communication. So any other questions about Quora stuff? In terms of managing that risk, a couple of things. Again, remember my practical tips about being circumspect. Second, if you are using electronic communications, I would encourage you to copy or include the designated staff contact, which for the council member, really, I think your system is set up organizationally to say that you got, right, this council manager, form of government, or the manager office is your primary point of contact, right? So it helps in managing the risk if we get Quora requests, because, you know, if you're doing something with city business and you're communicating electronically, then as council, one of your best practices suggestions is you ought to have a no surprises approach. Right. So if it concerns city business, you copy the manager so that he knows and is prepared to help the council resource the issue appropriately. Right. And he's also aware of communication going on that might need some assistance, support, resourcing by the manager's office. Right. And then from a Quora perspective, it's easier for the city clerk to do a lot of the work behind the scenes without bothering you. But he will bother you if necessary, right, in the face of a request for your correspondence, right? But if staff's already copied it, they can pull everything that they think is responsive from the city system, right? And they'll just have to touch base with you real quickly and say, hey, we downloaded all the emails that you had on the city system regarding this issue. Do you have any more? Right? And your legal obligation to answer that question correctly and produce any additional documents that may be responsive. Okay. Let's talk about the last electronic tool, which creates a fair amount of risk. Do you all? I guess I'll start the conversation by asking this question: is anyone active on social media in doing their job as an elected official? Other question is this: do you agree in this day and age that elected officials can sometimes be on the receiving end of less than courteous social media and commentary, or even things that it's downright attacking or snarky, right? That kind of thing. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, right? But in the social media realm, you recognize there's some many risks running a lot of different directions. First, on the legal side of it, as I hinted at earlier in my comments about electronic communications, recognize that social media can be a vehicle by which you can inadvertently walk into an open meetings violation. If 3 or more members, right, let's say one member posts on their social media something about this agenda item that's coming up, and then 2 more members are all chiming in and we're direct messaging each other, attempting to influence each other about the merits or substance of that item that's going on via social media, right? Is that an open meeting?
No, it's not an open meeting. It should be.
It should be.
Yeah.
If 4 or more jump in, it's clear that it's got an open meetings violation because there was no agenda posted, right? Yeah. There was no, excuse me, your quorum is 5 or more, right? So if 5 or more people jumping in is clear, it's very easy to ferret out that violation because we're having a discussion of public business for which no agenda was posted, right? But additionally, even under 3 or more, we like to believe that it's open, but the fact is it's only open to people who have social media and have access to your account. So it's not open, right? So that, I will admit that hasn't been adjudicated up to the appellate level yet, but I'm pretty certain that if Court of Appeals gets a hold of that issue, right? The Supreme Court here in Colorado gets a hold of that, they're gonna find that talking about 3 or more members using social media to debate the merits and substance of a pending policy issue, right? Without having a means to have that open to anyone who wants to observe it, that's gonna be a violation of the openness requirement, okay? All right. First Amendment concerns I'll talk about in just a minute. Recognize that social media can also be risky in terms of quasi-judicial proceedings. And this can be a little bit frustrating because if you're active on social media, what do you have here in the city? Like a Nextdoor or what's the Eyes on Commerce City?
We have the full slate.
You got the full slate. Yeah, so you might be scrolling that social media and you see something maybe about a land use application and some snarky comments that are just flat out wrong, right? So as an individual elected official, do you want to jump into that fray? Yeah, because particularly in quasi-judicial matters, it's your obligation to be impartial, neutral, detached. So you want to just push all that stuff out of your mind. Once you see that thread, at the first instance, you see some social media thread about a quasi-judicial matter that's in front of council, you want to turn it off, screen yourself from that. You say, well, that's unfair. It's complete disinformation, right? If that's truly your concern, where would you just pass that comment on? To your manager, right? And then let your staff, right, run interference and unburden you from that concern in a way that protects you. Because I'm making these suggestions because I want all 9 of you to be able to stay in that quasi-judicial proceeding and participate and not face at the opening of a quasi-judicial hearing, someone standing up and saying, I would like, before we start the hearing, Mayor or Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to make a procedural objection. I'd like this council member to recuse himself because I know they've been super active on social media trying to gin up support for or against this application. Therefore, they're not a impartial judge and they ought to be disqualified, right? But the way to protect yourself from that is to push all this stuff out of your way and don't get involved in social media stuff regarding quasi-judicial activity.
Can I ask a pointed question on that?
Yeah.
Actually, so we've actually been doing a series of land use trainings also, so we've covered a lot of this. There have been questions about whether or not a council member can post just the information about an upcoming hearing.
Right.
Right. I think the hard part there is in like a Facebook or whatever, you know, just providing the objective, this is the information on the when the hearing is
Right.
objective in nature, but then they can't govern the comments that come in after it, right? Have you seen that from other jurisdictions? And is there any risk in having a council member post just the objective information on when a hearing's coming, and then there's subjective commentary from the public in support or in opposition? Can that be used to try to request a recusal from a council
Sure.
member?
Yeah, it can. I mean, it ultimately has to result in legal prejudice. But sure, the answer is yes, it can happen. It happens enough, and we heard about it enough that we actually, in this handbook, there's a chapter on their social media. And the scenario that I wrote about in there is the one where if you just break it down and think about it a little bit. What if we have a planning commissioner or a city council member, there's a big controversial land use hearing coming up. And we post, hey, everybody, big hearing coming up, right? Want to make sure everybody attends. Now, I will admit, maybe ultimately at the end of the day, there's never civil liability that might flow from that, but somebody might get their hackles up enough to say that that was a prejudicial statement. But stepping back from that sort of legal lens, that sort of activity, I think, creates doubts, right, in the minds of people who are expecting a fair hearing. Well, does this person do this for every land use hearing? And if they don't, why are they doing it for this one? And at the end of the day, local governments, even when there's 65,000 people in the community, they're small organisms. And people who have stake in these matters know where people are coming from. So they will read into, right, this idea. One, they don't do it for every hearing, they do it for this one. I know from other sources and from other information that this person leans this way or that way. So I think what they're really trying to do is gin up support for or against this application, right, through this social media activity. And that has come back to be the allegation that the person is not neutral or impartial. So now, if the frustration really is, we have a great land use process. We have wonderful hearings at the planning commission and city council level. How come no one ever shows up for our hearings? Maybe we're not getting the word out there enough. If that's your concern as the elected officials, then that goes to your manager, in my opinion. And you talk about, okay, and we're using all the resources that we as an organization have to make sure we get the word out. And you as a council could adopt a policy, and you probably do have policies. I think there's something in one of your council procedures that says something like meetings will be announced via social media. That's where you want to keep it at a council level, right? You give broad policy direction on what council's collective view is about the things we ought to be doing and resourcing. These things have budget impacts about transparency, right? But I encourage you to stay out of harm's way by taking it upon yourself to individually get the word out on some particular issue of particular interest to yourself, because that's going to raise the doubt of whether you're being fair or impartial. Is that helpful? Yeah, some of our members will have policies that say, in addition to all that posting, all the legal notice you do for land use, right? That explains why there's that big sign in the yard, right? This is all to meet due process. But some of our members will say, let's also make sure that the notices for land use hearings get published in the newspaper, get posted at the property, right? That people in the surrounding area get mail notice, but also that staff, right, post it to the city social media account. And that takes you out of the crossfire of someone saying your own individual activity is actually inconsistent with that obligation to be neutral. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so, yes, I'm likelier to do this than anyone. So when, but I don't tout it. I don't tout the meeting. I don't say, you know, you need to come or this is important. I don't give it any shade one way or the other.
Yeah.
Just the information from the sign that's on the property.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
Yeah, I do think the question still comes up is why this one and not others?
because it's in my ward, I only do the ones in my ward.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you could talk further about that issue and get more advice on the risks. I think one step maybe, but I don't know, you know, I'm going to defer to the city attorney to have a further conversation with him. Maybe it's possible to just post a link to the city agenda, right? I do still worry about the idea of, it kind of becomes a no good deed goes unpunished in scorched youth land use proceedings. People look for anything they can to use to their advantage, right? And this is one of those things I think that people look at, right, on that issue. So I think I'll just let it sit there and then you can talk further with your staff about what might be appropriate. All right, so we deal with the open records and due process issues. First Amendment concerns we'll talk about in a minute. So you can also recognize that irrespective of public social media, public entity social media, that your own social media activity can raise potential tort liabilities and questions about whether this social media activity is in or outside the course and scope of your duties as an elected official, which then of course raises the question, if it is or isn't within the course and scope of duties, then is there an obligation for the city and or the insurer to defend and indemnify any claim around that issue? That's a long way of saying that if you are engaged in personal social media activity, that someone perceives that maybe you wronged them or made some comment that they thought defamed them, but it really had nothing to do with your work for the city, then that's an individual tort liability exposure, right, of your own, and not one the city is responsible for protecting against. Now, running the other direction, I don't know how we got to it in this world, but it truly is the case that elected and appointed officials can be on the receiving end of some pretty nasty stuff, including outright threatening comments and outright attacking comments, right? So there, just so you know, it's out there, there is an evolving world in the legal realm about what constitutes a true actionable threat via social media as compared to hyperbole, right? And you can sort of envision the scenario now. Residents have said this, I just can't stand you people and I'm going to kill you. Is that hyperbole or is that a true threat? Right? From your perspective, a couple of takeaways. Don't ever second guess your perceptions of your own safety. If you're feeling threatened or unsafe, right, then say something. But recognize that you want to get resources to help you. Because I don't know how we got to in this world, but There are some people on the social media world who will get as close to the line as humanly possible in an attempt to bait you, right, into blocking them or responding with something that's maybe an overreaction that they thought was defaming them. So I'm really sorry if you're facing these kinds of things, but make sure you get resources and support if there's something going on social media that you as a public official feel like is concerning to you. You maybe run it by your manager, the manager will get the attorney involved, maybe it's something for the police chief to look at. You know, maybe he's got to, at the end of the day, just has to say, I'm really sorry you got this, but it actually doesn't violate any criminal statutes. So in terms of stepping back, broader suggestions for social media, I think in my mind, I would suggest that you keep it light on social media. I think social media is a great tool for emphasizing the great things that the city's doing and the nice events that you have going on, but it's probably not a great tool for adjudicating, right, the lofty issues that council is dealing with. Recognize that on social media activity, there's what I call a stickiness to it and a long lastingness to it. And that's true irrespective of the topic or irrespective of the capacity in which you think you're making a statement. Yes, in the legal movement, definitely this distinction between official capacity and individual or personal capacity. But if you're active on social media in the eyes of the citizens, they always consider you to be a public official, right? So that social media activity doesn't matter to them, right? They're going to perceive those to be the lawyers for the public official.
Dan, we have a question from the panel.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember Chacon?
Hi.
Hello, thank you for this. I have a quick question about being on the receiving end. So when it might be an authentic issue. We unfortunately had in my community before I was an elected official, like kind of a local celebrity. She was harmed, actually. She was killed. It was published what was going to happen to her. They published it in books, but it escalated. It started from a messaging board, and then it was actually published all the way until a book. And it did eventually reach the point of the VAWA, Violence Against Women's Act, and red flag laws in that space. What do we do if we're concerned about certain types of projections, whether it's in a one-sided media, misinformed or not? We're not responding, or we see things on social media where we're starting to feel it escalating. Do we just continue to go to city leadership and just discuss it with our city attorney?
Yeah, that's a tough one. And I have to admit, I'm not a psychologist here, but it depends upon, maybe you contact your city manager, we contact law enforcement. We've had situations at CIRSA where we've asked psychologists to take a look at a email thread, either directly or using law enforcement resources. Hey, will you take a look at this and help us understand, where is this person at and where might they be going? And what, if anything, should we as a government or as a government staff try to do to head this off, right? So it's very contextual, but those are perhaps some other resources. Law enforcement, maybe law enforcement has access to some specialists that can look at this and see what's going on. You hope, and I'm so sorry to hear about that tragic event, you hope that in another context, if it's early enough and it's a person who's not that tragic situation, but just someone trying to push your buttons, that we identify what really is concerning and the right people maybe reach to that person and try to just, give them a reminder. And we've had situations, for example, where, again, it's definitely situational. We've had situations where like the manager's office has written an email or letter to the person to express concern on behalf of the organization. We've had law enforcement officials who contact the person individually to check where they're at and remind them, hey, we're not here for any law enforcement purpose yet, but we're concerned because there's some activity here that's getting very close to a violation of criminal laws. And sometimes that helps bring things down.
And as I was sharing with Lee, Sam, Councilmember Chacon, we've actually had a handful of those instances over the years. And members of council have independently reached out and engaged with my office as working with law enforcement to fully address the matter as best as capable as we could with respect to the law. So it has happened. We have looked into it, and our office has served as a resource for you all and how best to navigate that.
Yes, I would encourage you to
Thank
reach.
you. I really appreciate that. Because you don't sometimes know when it's escalating until it might be to a certain point. And I just honestly don't respond personally. So I kind of appreciate the context.
Another scenario, and I'm going to deal with this one later, but another one is sometimes not social media, but maybe by email or by text. You might have a citizen who's reaching out to individual council members one at a time, but is doing it to multiple council members with a complaint. They may be irate, they may not. In that kind of situation, I'd also encourage you to use the manager's office as a resource, right? We've had situations, for example, where an angry citizen feeling like they're not getting the answer, maybe, you know, they got the right answer, but it's not the answer they want, right? And so now they're reaching out to the individual elected officials saying, you got to help me, you got to do this, or they're expressing anger. In those situations, whether it's escalating or not, I would encourage you then to also use the manager's office as your vortex to handle that, right? Because particularly if it's an administrative matter, that's the manager's job. So you can direct that citizen to the manager and say, hey, would you get in touch with our manager's office? And if you all do that, then the manager can see all those individual communications where the citizen's trying to peel you off individually. And the manager can reach out to that citizen and say, hey, you know, this is an administrative issue, or this is some issue that actually is not part of council's role, but here's the deal. As the manager, this person will be your point of contact. We'll get you the information and we'll be responsive to your concerns, but please direct your inquiries to me. That'll help us as a community better respond, right? That's the natural inclination of a citizen in a certain situation might be to try and, you know, this scattershot email to all the members of the council. And that's not helpful because it ends up being like a game of telephone. And then you're kind of under pressure to feel like you're supposed to answer, but really that's not your role, that kind of thing, right? All right, let's keep going. I think we covered all those. Oh, other than to mention, you do have a council social media policy, so take a look at that. I think it highlights a number of the concerns that I talked about. Let's pivot and talk about risk management at a higher level. And that is this. I'd like to ask this, you probably saw this on the slide or a version of this slide a year and a half ago, but I'd like to ask it every time I present, because I think it has specific meaning at any point in time, depending on where you're at. So, right, you all recognize and agree that when you become an elected official, your role and relationship to the community changes, right? And it's absolutely true that you're no longer just a citizen, you're now a government official, and that's 24/7. Absolutely have your personal life, enjoy that, but in the eyes of your citizens, they will always perceive you in any situation, in any context. They'll perceive you to be a representative of the city, of the council, right? Fair or unfair, right? You might go to a city event, what was it called, the Buffalo Run or Running with the Buffalo? You think you're there with your family, just there for the event. So there's a council member, let me go talk to that council member. All of a sudden that hat is on. In fact, it was never off, right? And as they should, when they engage with you, they're going to take it as your words and your deeds matter, leave an impression, right? Have an impact. If they think that interaction didn't go down the way they thought it would, then fair or unfair, to them, it's going to leave a residue, right? So just be careful of that dynamic. The council role as the 9 part-time citizen, volunteer legislators and policymaking arm of the organization, you do have kind of an ambassadorial role. In a legal sense, you're fiduciaries, right? You all know what that fiduciary obligation, right? We do intuitively, but to kind of give a lawyer spin on it, the fiduciary obligation is the obligation to put the interest of the entity that you serve as a fiduciary, i.e. the city, right? To put the interest of the city and the public interest above all other interests. That sometimes is going to require us, right, to make sure that we're putting the city's interest and the public interest right above the interest of the small but vocal minority. You ever have that issue? We got what, 65,000 citizens?
Around 73 right now.
73, wow. That's just the 8,000 info uptick since the 2020 census, right? Yeah. So even when the council chambers is full, you've got a very, very small minority of citizens of the city of Commerce City and of your ward in that room, right? But sometimes the dynamic's gonna be like, you've got a very small but vocal minority going, council, you gotta do this and you gotta do it right now, right? So in terms of risk management, yeah, it might be frustrating to that small group that wants you to do something that night. But in terms of protecting yourselves and discharging your fiduciary obligation, right? Remember a couple things, that as the corporate board, right, one of your primary functions, particularly in terms of policymaking, right, is to make sure that you are working to protect the interest and assets of the city as a whole. And thus, one of the guiding principles should always be, what's the right thing to do for the city as a city, even in the face of that small but vocal minority, right? So if that dynamic's unfolding during the meeting, the tool that we recommend for managing that risk is to make sure you slow it down, and as a council, collectively, get the information that you need and take the time that you need as a council to make good decisions, right? And you know how this dynamic happens. Something comes up that wasn't on your agenda, wasn't on your radar that night. And people are like, you got to do something right away, right? It wouldn't be fair to the 9 of you to take that issue up right then and there, because staff hadn't had time to give you information. Maybe it's a question for the city attorney. Do we even have authority to get involved in this? Or manager, do we have resources? Is this actually on the work plan? But even as important, if not more importantly, it's like the 9 of us haven't had the time, right, to sit down and talk through this issue and deliberate on this issue. So in terms of risk management, it's not a lot of our claims that we have, but it's definitely the case that some of the high profile controversial claims we have, in hindsight, it definitely appears that the decision was taken in haste. If the decision being challenged was taken on less than good information, right? Or was taken just in reaction, right, to something that was coming up in the moment. So use that power that you have. It really is one of your best risk protection tools, right? Is to take time and use your staff as a resource to help you understand the risks and the resources around an issue, and then have a good deliberation as council. All right, pivoting yet again. Oh, before I do that, I do want to, the fiduciary obligation, right? That obligation to protect city interests and assets. There are probably other duties, and I just mentioned them here to kind of leave with you to think about. And we recognize these duties when we think about private fiduciaries, like, I don't know, accountants or doctors or what have you. But if as is true, public officials are fiduciary, are some of these other fiduciary responsibilities also applicable to the board? Things like the duty of care, to take care of the city's interests and assets, the duty of impartiality, right, to consider issues on their merits only, the duty of accountability. Well, that's what those open meetings laws are about, right? And then the duty to preserve public trust in government. All right. I want to pivot a little bit to the legislative and administrative distinction, not spend too much time on it because you probably had some training around this issue and you've got good grasp on the general organizational structure of the city, right? Recognize that, you know, of course, that under the city charter, the city has established by vote of the citizens a council manager form of government, right? Where the council is the legislative and governing body of the city. The 9 members there serve as the citizen, part-time, volunteer, policymaking organization. And then your manager is your administrative officer, the executive head, the CEO of the organization, who's responsible for getting the work done, consistent with, right, the work plan is defined by the council, and within, they sometimes call them executive limitations in consultant speak, right? You set the guardrails, and then staff is responsible for getting the work done consistent with those guardrails. If you look at it in a hierarchical form, right, I think it means ask yourself this question: where do we as a council spend our time? Where should we? Where is the work that's within our scope of employment, right? And I've listed them here. It's dealing with the legislative affairs of the organization. It's embracing the idea that the council has the longest time horizon in the organization. With regard to administrative and personnel matters, remember your charter. You've got a section there in the charter that talks about the council's relationship to the administrative service. It's a wonderful thing from a risk management perspective to be the corporate board that has a CEO, right? Because what the charter and policies say is that the manager, right, and the supervisors downstream of the manager are responsible for personnel matters. Does that sound like a good thing from your perspective? It does to me for you, right? Absolutely, right? Because on that ballot, it said, right, council member, legislator, policymaker, didn't say HR manager. So definitely want you to unburden yourself, right, of the notion that somehow you have to get involved in or deal with. Now, you do have a couple of direct reports, the city attorney, the city manager, and the judge. And that's it, right? And you want to embrace that role and have good, and hopefully mutually agreed upon ways for giving direction and evaluating performance, but just trust and appreciate and embrace the idea, right, that the manager and the supervisors downstream of the manager are responsible for personnel matters. Here's another way of looking at that same thing, right? You want to be careful of avoiding any individual or improper involvement in administrative matters because that creates redundancy, and you don't want redundancy. The other fascinating thing for the governing body's perspective is, like in certain parts of the organization, you do have redundancy, right? In this sense, if there's a vacancy at the department head level, then what happens? The manager can appoint an interim director, right? But that's not true with the city council, right? That's why we recommend to you, make sure they're selfish about spending your time and energy on the work that only the council can do, because no one else can do your job for you, right? Okay. There's just some citations to your charter about that stuff. Do recognize, as you do, right, that the council manager form of government is the gold standard in Colorado. It's the most common form of government. The main role in that ownership and governance quadrant of that chart was for the council. Their scope of employment, their job is to establish policy, to legislate, to deal with corporate matters that are reserved for the city council, to establish the mission, the vision, the priorities, and give direction. How does this translate to administrative? It's not that we're silos, right? And it's not that administrative matters are completely hands-off, right? As elected officials, you're entitled to answer questions. As an ambassador of the organization, you might have a citizen come to you and express a frustration or have a question about an administrative matter, right? But if you're approached about those things, right, you want to make sure that you carry out your involvement in the appropriate way, consistent with role discipline, so that we don't have inappropriate misunderstandings or misperceptions by some person that you have authority to speak for a matter when you actually don't, right? That kind of thing. So definitely, before I joined Sursa, I was a city attorney and town attorney for about 25 years. So I'm not naive to these issues. I know that there can be pressures, right? Where there can be pressure to become involved in either a personnel matter or administrative matter. Okay, but just remember that your ordinances have all sorts of delegations of authority to staff for an administrative matter, right? But somebody might want you to get involved. As I mentioned earlier, maybe they got an answer from town hall or city hall that they didn't want, and they come to you, right? But the pressure can come from a lot of directions. It could, you yourself might have this urge to want to get involved in some administrative matter, or a citizen or an employee, right? But there could be a huge cost to that if we're not honoring and respecting the appropriate delegations of authority. So in terms of practical ways to deal with that issue, citizen comes to you and they have a question about an administrative matter. Citizen comes up, I had this interaction, council member, with somebody over in the land use department, and I wanted you to do something about it. You have to be willing to ask yourself, wait a second, there must be another side to the story. And is someone asking me to do an end run, right? Or are they attempting to conscript me, right, into something that really isn't my work, right? And if that's true, then embrace the idea that it isn't your work and make sure that you get that referred over to the right folks. So make sure you have a process, and you do, your council policies talk about this stuff. Have a collaborative process for bringing forward questions and concerns by your citizens. And we can do that consistent with the ambassador role. If a citizen contacts you and say, I have a question, but it's clearly administrative, you can refer that to the manager's office. They can get in contact with that citizen, get them the information they need. If it's of the level where the manager, reports back to you what was told to the citizen so that you know what happened, then your ambassador role, you can just tell that citizen next time you see him, hey, did our staff get you what you needed? And that's all the involvement that you need. Hopefully they say, yeah, great, everything's good. But if not, we say, hey, we always welcome constructive feedback, right? So make sure we're doing that and recognize that as the elected officials, you do hold, the most powerful, important positions in government. So recognize how your communications around administrative matters might be perceived. You go to a department director and say, I'd like to see this. Or maybe you don't see a line employee out there and say, I've got this question that I'd like to ask you. Look at it from their perspective, right? Might they be perceiving your inquiry or your request for clarification as somehow, right, you're wanting them to do something on your behalf? That really ought to go to your manager, right? That's your point of contact. So use your manager as your point of contact to help get things done and help look good while doing it and avoid entanglements and misperceptions if you're approaching other staff. I think your policies even say, just write out shall, if you have a question about an administrative matter, you shall go to the city manager with that question, right? It's not that we're certainly friendly and collegial, and that's fine, but just recognize the charter provision also says that council members should not be giving orders, right, to subordinates of the manager, okay? In terms of policies to look at on that, look at policies 17 and 20 in your group of policies that kind of speak to that issue as well. And then finally, with regard to direct reports, do recognize that the council as a whole is the one boss, right? It's not a group of 9 bosses. It's one boss with 9 members. And the way that translates into practical terms is you're going to have some discussions some nights that are a little messy, right? Where the mayor wraps up the discussion and says, all right, council members, that was a good discussion. Now it's time to give Jason some direction. And you go around the dais and you got 9 different ideas of what the direction ought to be. That's when we tell the city manager, hey, have you got your direction? Right? But as a council, who owns that issue? The council. And it has to, right? Because it's the council's the boss, but the council has to agree to work out its own differences at that level without conscripting staff into some policy issue that needs to be resolved by the council itself. Okay. Let's see. Last primary topic I want to hit on is just, I understand you're working on a new code of ethics or an updated code of ethics?
Yes, so it passed first reading last week.
Okay, great. So obviously, from a risk perspective, ethics are critically important. In fact, ethics issues are the ones where, other than willful and wanton conduct and conduct outside the course and scope, which often involves ethics, right? A breach of whatever your ethics code ends up being is one of the primary paths to individual personal liability for which there's no obligation, right, that the city defend or protect you, right? So whatever the code, new updated code looks like, take time to get familiar with those legal rules around the code of ethics so that you have a good working familiarity with that, right? But for my piece, recognize that beyond compliance with the legal code of ethics, in service of your fiduciary responsibility to the organization and the council as a whole, right? Commit yourself to high levels of personal conduct, right? And it's absolutely the case that being an elected official will sometimes ask of you that you engage in personal conduct that you might otherwise not prefer, but is in terms of strengthening the organization, right? And there's some examples on this slide, things like, setting aside a personal interest or agenda when there's lack of support. You may say, my number one priority, right, for council in 2025 is we need to adopt an ordinance that does this. But if I can't find 4 more members of the council to come along with me, I have to be willing, right, to shelve that agenda or that interest in view of service of the work plan as determined by the council as a whole, right? And do you ever have split votes? Once in a while, you have split votes. Yeah. So you have one of these, what if you got a controversial ordinance and it's a split vote and it's a 5-4 vote and you're on the 4 side? Is it okay to go back to your people? Go back there. I didn't vote for that one. Sure it is. I'm just the insurance guy. I'm just the insurance guy.
Thank you.
You can tell
You had
your
me
people,
scared there for a
you
minute.
can tell your people whatever you want, right? But they know how you voted. But in terms of making the institution of council stronger, right? Would it be a different message if I said, yeah, I didn't vote for that one, but you know what? We had a heck of a discussion at the council level. We had a lot of differing opinions on that issue. I fought like heck from my point of view, but council ultimately decided to go a different direction. But you know what? I respect the decision that was reached by council. Yeah, service on a collective governing body, I don't think requires the recognition that we're all gonna win some or lose some. And being in government service, in my mind, is like being on a train. And that train is our community going wherever we want it to go. And during our term of office, we're on that train in that engine room, each helping stoke that engine in our own way. But the obligation, I think, is to help make the institution of council stronger, leave it stronger than when we found it, right? Because a lot of times, if it's dysfunction or infighting among the council, from the citizen view, all they see is things that they're not really concerned about. They just see difficulties on council, right? So in terms of personal conduct, we have to ask ourselves, are the things that I'm doing helping improve the collaboration irrespective of our differences of opinion, or are they working against the collaborative job of the council? Because it really is a collaborative job. No one member, the analogy simply does not hold where one says, we got 9 members of council, that means I must own 1/9 of the power, and by darn, I'm gonna go out and use it, right? Success requires collective collaboration and at least getting 4 members to come along. All right. I think other personal conduct things is respecting your council policies and house rules, whatever they may be. Sometimes I know people would rather the rule says this or says that, but if it's the council rule, then we have to be willing to say, I accept the rule and I'll abide by it. This last bullet on this page is, do you agree with this notion in this day and age? We're all kind of information crazed. And particularly among your citizens, do you all feel like they want to know tomorrow's news yesterday from you? Like, when's council going to decide this issue, right? So be careful of this dynamic. It's absolutely true. Everybody's got First Amendment rights and so on and so forth. But as the one of the 9 members of the elected governing body, are there concerns, fair, unfair, internal or external, where there are perceptions of individual members getting ahead of or purporting to speak for the council before council has yet had the opportunity to discuss the issue amongst itself? And that can come up in a lot of different ways, but elected officials do call me because they ask, does CIRSA have some sample policy that gets at this issue? But it's really just a collective understanding of, is my own individual conduct on an issue getting me ahead of, right? So that other members feel, right? Because now there's a perception in the community, even though I said it with my own personal opinion, right? That the issue's been already framed or cast, right? Okay. Some other comes up particularly with I used to be a newspaper reporter, because they're not going to stop doing it. If council hasn't discussed it, they're still going to ask you for your personal opinion, right? And how are they going to report it? You may say, this is my personal opinion, this is my personal opinion. They're going to report a council member said this, right? So I think it's a wise governing body that looks at those kind of personal conduct issues and commits to doing the things that help make us stronger as an institution of government, of the governing body. All right, just a few more ones that we've seen that we've dealt with, some of which every once in a while come up, actually bubble up in the legal claims. One is the idea of the outlier syndrome or the outsider syndrome. And that's individual elected officials going it alone or refusing to follow norms of conduct on the mistaken belief that the rules that we've adopted can be ignored or end run or just simply not followed because whatever the justification might be, they're outdated or they're unfair or I didn't have a hand in adopting them, so I'm not going to follow them. As insiders to government, right? The rules stick to us. We have the power, if it's a council adopted rule or something within our authority, we have the power to change it, but only through a proper process. All right, a couple more listed here. The only 2 that I'll mention and move on is, since I coined the term proxy talk. Be careful of proxy talk, but I'll explain what it is this way. Do you ever have a discussion like it's the first time something's on the council agenda and we've got it on the agenda now because the manager says it's a policy level issue, got to put it on the agenda and get council's policy direction. But in that very first discussion, somebody comes to the discussion and says, well, here's what we need to do because everybody I'm talking to says we ought to do this. But then you're sitting there going, huh, that's odd because everybody I'm talking to says we ought to do that. Right? Or somebody says, I don't know why we're having a policy discussion because this has always been our policy and we should always do it this way. To me, that's proxy talk, right? That's individual members of a body who are ostensibly all co-equals, right, on an equal playing field, trying to get that hand on the top of the bat, right, by speaking with other than their own voice. Right, but of 73,000 people, there were 9 people that were elected to speak with their own voice. And yes, you're definitely going to get your counsel from your own people. You're definitely on policy issues, going to lobby and be lobbied. But when it comes to those deliberations, when the 9 of you are together in that room, I encourage you to come at them. We're all on an equal playing field, right? No matter how much we disagree, we're actively and respectfully listening to each other, right? And our conversations are professional, civil. We're discussing issues on their merits alone, and that we're not attempting to gain advantage that leaves lingering frustrations, right? Or acrimony because of proxy talk or similar tactics. So having said all that, I recognize that some of this is above my pay grade and it might happen anyway, but those are my thoughts. Because it has gotten to situations where I've seen even legal claims where people adopt a rule around this, then they try to weaponize it, then we have some attempted removal, and then it's all in Les's court. Some of it is anyway, some of it we help with as well. All right, and then lastly, I truly respect the idea, and we fight like heck to get you all the protections that you're entitled when you're acting in your individual capacity. But sometimes on the personal conduct issue, can be reputational harm either for the organization or for the individual, simply because people overuse that distinction and try to assert that it has no consequence to the organization because I did it on my own. Personally, and for elected public officials, particularly in such an active state like we have in Colorado, where people follow the happenings, they're an active local government, it's just simply the case that things are going to have an impact irrespective of whether it's in our official capacity, individual capacity, or personal capacity. Okay, just to wrap things up, this is a list of the potential types of civil liability lists that can be created. They kind of are organized in a certain hierarchy. The first 2 claims, civil rights claims and employment practices claims, those are probably the most high profile, stressful, and high money damages claims that are difficult to settle from our perspective. The next 2, willful and wanton and breach of ethics, those are the types of civil liability claims that can lead to individual personal liability. The next 3 are the types of legal challenges that people can bring to the decisions that you make, right? And those are the ones that, you make a decision once somebody wants to challenge your authority, either substantively or the procedures you follow. That's kind of the way they get into court on a lot of these issues. And then the last 2 I just listed to show you there are ways that governing bodies can create civil liability risk that may not be covered by insurance. Unlike the federal government, we at the local government level don't have the luxury of just saying, we don't like that contract anymore. We're not going to follow it, right? That it's both the council needs to recognize that collectively and individually. Now, if we have a contract that we approved and it's being administered and carried out, even if we individually thought that that was the wrong choice for that contract, or we have suspicions or doubts about the contractor, we individually as elected officials don't want to get involved in attempting to undermine that contract. If we have any concerns about how a contract is being administered, 2 things to remember. You probably have purchasing policies where you told the manager, anything below this level, your deal. Right? But if it's one of the council ones and you have a question or an inquiry, then that goes to your manager. Yeah. My takeaways, just to list them, aggregate everything up. Remember to embrace that policy and administrative distinction. Take the time you need, get the information you need, have great deliberations. Right? Have great deliberations. When you assemble a record before you make a decision that shows that you're making a decision based on the merits of the issue in front of you, that you're discussing the right standards, criteria, understanding your legal authority, saying things that support the action that you're about to take, then that's a great place to be, right? Make sure you know your rules and you play by the rules. Avoid surprises and gotcha moments, right? Make sure we're following our transparency rules. Do recognize that both collectively in getting work done and in terms of legal protection, council acts as a group. That's really it. Just a couple of things that maybe I didn't hit on here. Well, I just mentioned, as a council, as a group, commit to a no surprises approach. Your meetings ought not to have surprise moments or gotcha moments. Definitely ought not to have staff bashing, even if a person during public comment, even if you had an individual concern. And if a person comes up during public comment and just begins an attack on a staff, right? Imagine how powerful it is in support of the organization as an institution if we just say, our meetings are not the appropriate place for staff bashing. Right? If you have a concern with a staff member, you may talk to our city manager, but please everyone be professional and courteous and civil in our public meetings. Recognize that with any governing body, you're going to have disagreements, right? But commit to dealing with those disagreements appropriately, be willing to, once we've had that, did I mention this? Deliberate with many voices, but speak with one voice and be willing that if that vote was cast and didn't go in our favor, then we're ready just to move on to the next item and don't let lingering disagreements or residue of a difficult debate influence how you deal with your work going forward. You can always commit to the service as the city, as an entity, and to your fiduciary responsibility. So with that, I'll open it up if you have any final questions. There are a couple more resources there. And I did touch on some pretty heavy liability topics. I just want to point out, you probably have the handbook, except if you're newly on council. In the front cover is a more humorous take on some of these issues. If you like a little bit of levity, you can go to our website, our YouTube channel, and watch kind of our humorous videos on some of these liability issues. With that, I'm sorry I ran over time, but thank you all so much for having me out.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Light. I have appreciated your training over the years from my first swing with you at land use at the Cherry Creek offices.
Oh, yeah.
So that was really helpful. So thank you for coming out to talk with us again. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I see no one on the screen.
I just wanted to say thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks again. Let's see, why don't we take a 5-minute break? Or come back at 8. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good to see you. Thanks. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you again, sir.
You are all good to go, Mayor Pro Tem.
All righty, and thank you so much, Dylan. All righty, now we are going to have the Energy Equity and Environment Division's first quarter update, and we are very happy to invite Melody Mascarenas, our Sustainability Manager, to give the presentation. And this is your first official presentation in your new role, so welcome.
My first quarter one.
On the quarterly.
Yes, I did the oil and gas last time, and I'm here with Libby Tart. We split up the presentation, so I'm doing the beginning and Libby will do the other half. And let's see, so first slide. These are our sustainability focus areas from our sustainability action plan. And just a reminder that these are our priorities for the sustainability action plan. And we typically have this slide, so I just wanted to remind you of that. I don't know if we're waiting for anybody. Next slide is education empowerment. This is our city challenges for employees and residents. And we had 166 participants that, and 9 people read the books up here on the right of your screen. And January's theme was education outreach. February was adoption and mitigation, and March was energy and efficiency. And these are the savings for our monthly challenges. Like I said, there were 166 participants. And to continue education and empowerment, our quarter one events, we had a lunch and learn in March, and that was with Drive Clean Colorado, Watts at Work. In that picture in the right corner is the event. We had a, and then below is, we had test driving of EV cars. And the next thing was the LEAD cohort, which is that stands for Leadership, Energy and Environment Lead, and Design is LEAD. And we had 2 employees take the LEAD exam and both passed. And others have until September to take the exam. That's what the LEAD classes were offering. Partnerships with the city divisions and departments. Public Works, we had a bi-monthly meeting to better collaborate on grants and projects. Next, Parks and Rec, we met with and collaborated with sustainability movies and educational summer camp activities upcoming. PRG and community relations, E3 helped provide input for the digital shift for brochures. Community relations, monthly meetings to coordinate on E3 public outreach. Economic development, monthly updates on economic development grants and offerings. And providing input for internal waste policies, provided reusable dishware and drying racks, supplies to all the break rooms and kitchens. ACT grant from the ARPA funding pool. We did the tree planting coordination with Public Works, PRG, and Wildlands Restoration and volunteers. And participated in Schneider Electric's Energy Performance Contract Group. Our next slide, partnerships with outside organizations. We have meetings with Excel Energy Partnerships and Energy. Continuing partnership with Adams County municipalities and ADCO to plan for the Earth Day celebration. That was this past weekend at up north at the rec center. And the event was a success and we had a really good turnout, and they plan to do it again next year already. So I had like a debrief today on that. And the next is introduction and presentations by our division to the Commerce City Chamber of Commerce. Happened in the first quarter. Continued work with our Drive Clean Colorado, DCC is the acronym for that cohort. Working group to achieve a designated status of bronze, silver, and gold in EV readiness policies, codes, and processes. Next, we met with the Sustainable Neighborhoods Network to learn about that program. And lastly, attended the first Women's Empowering of tomorrow. Libby and I think Olivia went to that. Libby has the next few slides.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's switch seats.
Okay. So, so our E3 division does, land use application review. And we also provide GID fees, which are general improvement district fees for some of the building permits and master model applications, with the building division. And we also review ERU requests for the general service area, which is more of our core city and areas to the south of 96th. So these were some of our statistics from this Q1, where we did about 11 land use application reviews and provided general improvement district fees to 3 building applications, and then master model fees, which are for entirety of subdivisions based on particular master models. And then we issued 2 general service area issuances with our water portfolio ERUs. So one function that we do with in the E3 division is we work on water sustainability and allocation policies. We coordinate and run water team meetings, water committee meetings, where we meet with both of our staff at SAC West and C3. And then we run the water commission meetings, which are 3 times a year. And those are with our elected officials from SAC West and from City Council. So in Q1, we also worked on public outreach on 2 projects and kind of closing up that public outreach. I think you saw some in the hallways and at some of the rec centers, but those we're trying to get a pulse with dot sticker exercises on Xeric demonstration gardens and kind of the aesthetics of a Xeric demonstration garden and what kind of colors you would want in it and what other material, you know, what kind of plant materials you might enjoy on a Xeric demonstration garden. And then we also worked with Project Accelerator, where we're exploring residential turf replacement programs. And that's our 250-hour technical assistance grant, where we're partnering with SAC West and the city to explore those kinds of possibilities. So we finished out that public outreach as well. And both of those programs are kind of coming to a close with various reports that will come to you in Q2 about. We've also provided a lot of educational outreach to internal staff just about our water portfolio. And I think that's always helpful to let our community development and economic development know a little bit more about this and what a precious resource we have with water, and for people to just understand where our water comes from. We also organized a Water 101 presentation with our contract attorney, Andrea Curl. And she did this presentation for 15 employees out of Eagle Point. And we actually recorded the presentation just so that new employees and others that are working in water can view the presentation at their leisure. We are currently working on identifying internal policies and processes that are needed for water allocation with a variety of different departments. And kind of an example of this is Parks has come to us in the past and they say, we've got a new restroom facility and we need water for this restroom facility. So we need to kind of establish where that water comes from and what bank of our water portfolio we're going to be allocating that water to in the calendar year. Another thing that we work on is oil and gas. So we receive notices from the Colorado Energy and Carbon Management Commission periodically, usually a few a month. And we will go into their interactive GIS map and locate where these notices are. Sometimes they're on the periphery of the city and sometimes they're within the city. And so, we come to you monthly with that kind of reporting. So that's how many we've had over Q1. And then we also check in with our Adams County Oil and Gas Administrator and find out about what they're working on and are able to affiliate and communicate more with them. So we've been providing that to y'all as well. The air notices, so we receive monthly updates on Suncor exceedances, and we also report that within that oil and gas monthly report. But in addition to that, we've had a few notices just about water sampling, and Suncor invited us to come to attend their project webinars that they were offering on March 5th and March 8th to learn a little bit more about a reroute project that they're doing with one of their flares. We also received a permit public notice from the air quality from CDPHE about the Holly Energy Partner site. And we're able to get some of that information out. In terms of grants, we got a couple of bummer pieces of news about a grant that we were working on with CDPHE for environmental justice, where we really wanted, we asked our EPAC committee, what would y'all like to apply for with this grant? And some of their feedback was, well, we really want to get the latest greenhouse emissions statistics. And so we were trying to partner with that and a desktop soil assessment to analyze the soil in the city so that we could be a little bit more aware of what our challenges are for tree canopy and gardening and various other things. And we found out that we didn't get that grant, which we were bummed about. We also found out that the Healthy Homes grant where we were a sub-recipient with the city and county of Denver, unfortunately that funding was taken away, and we were just informed in the last month that grant will no longer be out there. But we are pursuing additional grants, and so there was a Cycle 2 Mountains and Plains Environmental Justice Grant that was offered through the EPA. And so we applied in the same kind of capacity that we did with the CDPHE grant, where we still want to pursue greenhouse gas emissions and get the latest 5-year update for our sustainability action plan. And we wanted to also pursue that desktop soil assessment in the name of our residents and their interest in beautifying the city a little bit more and making sure that our soil is healthy. So a few other accomplishments in Q1 are we partnered a lot on the National Planning Conference that came to Denver. It was at the end of March, and we actually organized a sold-out mobile tour where our city manager spoke and gave a little invocation. And we partnered with the Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, and they gave an amazing tour about just the way that everything, the historic piece with the National Wildlife Refuge. And we had the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Army and their engineer directing that tour. And it was a really great story of Commerce City to bring to people from all over the United States. And then we also were invited last minute to be a part of a session with the Interstate Renewable Energy Council and Drive Clean Colorado to just kind of give a local update about how we're involved as a local government in some of their initiatives. And then we participated in a tree canopy assessment. We were directed to look into what our existing tree canopy is, to be able to map it out. So you'll be hearing more updates about that over the coming months from E3. But that'll be a really great benchmark, understanding of where we're at with our tree canopy, where we need to go, and be able to really see that in a map, in a GIS program. So that ends our presentation, and we're available for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. And I should say that was Libby Tart,
Yes.
Sustainability Planner.
Sorry about
You
that.
you didn't get introduced, so I wanted to make sure you got introduced
you.
also.
Thank you. Maria.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions or comments? I have questions.
I have a quick question.
Councilmember Douglas, question.
I heard you say something about turf replacement. What does that entail?
Yes, so the state of Colorado is very, very interested in lowering our water usage and being more sustainable, both in your pocketbook and just on your water bill in general. And so we've been exploring with the Zurich landscape amendments that that were under consideration in late August. We started exploring more of the residential turf replacement that a lot of our local governments are really interested in doing and have deployed programs with that. And it's basically, it can be a cash for grass program where healthy water loving turf, where you're watering it all the time, just in the name of
Which is
green.
most of the grasses that we
A
have.
lot of bluegrass, which has been the standard. I think with a lot of developers, they come here and they plant this lovely lush grass, but we pay a lot in our water bill. And we're constantly fighting the green. And the state of Colorado has kind of realized that we struggle a lot with this, and maybe we do need to look at native low water landscaping and other types of grass that don't soak up as
So
much
different kind
water.
of seed then? So how would, if you can establish one, will you be able to help us figure out a way to reseed it so it goes to a different kind of grass, or how will this work?
So with the Project Accelerator program, we've been looking at partnerships where, because we don't have all the staff that has the capacity to help with landscape architecture and understand more of how to rip out your grass and replace it with native plants. We've been exploring what kind of resources we could delve into with that. And there are some partnerships that we could do where nonprofits, that's their bread and butter, is low water native landscaping. And they do garden in a box, they do cash for grass programs. And then other cities, that are larger, like the city of Aurora does a cash for grass program where they'll analyze your grass. And they actually have landscape architects on hand that will help design a low native landscape for you. And they'll pay you maybe 75 cents or $1 a square foot to replace your healthy green grass that's water loving with something that's more native. And still have live plant material, but your lawn will look a little less, it'll look a little more native and a little less of that
But isn't
Kentucky
there a kind of
grass.
grass that takes less water and it thrives better in this kind of?
There are quite a few.
Okay.
And Denver Water and the Denver Botanic Gardens and CSU have explored a lot of options. So those could also be a replacement possibility for someone
So we'll
that's
have-
looking.
We'll have this conversation offline.
Yes, we would
I'm very
love,
interested.
we would love to talk more about it, but it's a great subject and I honestly, helping our residents and hopefully eventually our businesses lower the cost of what they pay for irrigating their non-functional turf. It would be a win for everybody, so.
Okay, I have three people who are wanting to speak. First, Councilmember Dukes, then Councilmember Teeter, then Mayor Douglas. So Councilmember Dukes.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. First, thank you for all the work you've done over the last year. This is a great presentation, and it shows a lot of commitment to ensuring Commerce City is moving forward in a great space. I guess a couple of questions. One's around community involvement, and my question around that is, it was mentioned on one of our council meetings like a couple of months ago, if not a year, about how do we push like EV charging and electrification in some parts of the city where some folks don't have dryer outlets, and has that conversation kind of bubbled up again when you think about community involvement to see how to help some folks transition to maybe having more sustainable technology?
That is a really wonderful question, Councilmember Dukes. Our partnership with Drive Clean Colorado started at the end of last year. And so we're really, really excited that they are an organization that, their sole mission is to partner with cities like ours and to really provide those kinds of resources and education in the capacities that we don't quite have.
Okay.
And so we're looking forward to hopefully offering more ride and drives and some other opportunities over the course of this next year with them. In the meantime, we just recently did the staff one here at the Civic Center, but we hope that we can do more with our residents and really provide more of that education and those pieces to our residents over time.
And what organization was that again?
It's called Drive Clean Colorado.
Drive Clean, okay.
Yeah, and the governor's energy office, they also have associates that work on electric vehicle expansion as well. And
Okay.
so we're just delving into a lot of those resources and really hoping that we can kind of assess where we're at and where we need to go with it.
Thank you. And as you're thinking about that, can you continue to think about what policies we need to modify or change? Because that is a big concern of mine around, we don't want people part of the city, other parts of the city to be left behind. And I worry about if we keep pushing technology without, some folks don't even have access. Well, I'd love to make sure we don't create that gap. The other question I have is around, you mentioned your carbon offsetting efforts, right? And I appreciate the tree canopies, right? As a way that, have we thought about, or are you thinking about just car emissions themselves, knowing that we're a highway, a city full of highways? Have we talked about studies? I know we've brought it up on council a couple times with some other things, but have we landed on anything to think about transportation in terms of car emissions?
I can answer. Our EPAC committee was very interested in engine idling.
Okay.
So I believe they will be working on more of that in their capacity. But we do have some resources in that vein, that we can provide to the public.
Okay, I get engine idling. I'm more thinking about just we have so many, like 76, for example. We have so many cars that come through our city. I don't know if we've ever looked at what impact it may have, or if we have, I'm curious. Sorry, City Manager Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. Simply no, we haven't. Obviously that's I'll call it, it's a significant undertaking because obviously it's, heavily reliant upon a number of different data sources to help inform
Yeah.
Well, so while we have tangentially talked about efforts of what you make mention, there hasn't been any direct action by the body for us to invest significant resources
Okay.
outside of some of the items that, our staff has been working on at a quick win operational level.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, go ahead. I'm just agreeing. I hear you. Was that it, City Manager? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, because I think that's something we could talk offline about, just carbon offsetting things where tree canopies and stuff like that, where we can talk to you, we can have a discussion about how do we help offset some of we have a lot of transportation through the city, and I think that emissions is a big issue, or it could be a bigger issue. The other question I have is around, you mentioned and thank you for the outside organizations that you're involved with. And I was curious around if now or even in future, are you guys thinking about sitting down with Suncor consistently to talk about partnership, or is that still something that's not on the table?
Thanks for the question. And we've met with Suncor and plan to meet with them again in the future. We haven't scheduled any like regular meetings, but I just met with the contact there a couple months ago when I first started. Only
Okay.
my third month, and I think we'd like to start scheduling regular meetings. I think is our plan.
Okay. Yeah, because I know we monitor the air monitor system. I just didn't know if you monitor it and then meet with them to say, here's some of our challenges, or if we just monitor it and then we do the report out. It sounds like we just report out. Does that sound right?
That is correct. We do that, but we'd like to set up regular meetings with them in the future.
Okay. And then my last question is, I love the cash for grass concept, but I'm also curious around, like, do you have that same concept when we think about water heaters? And even stoves. I know there was a big push with gas stoves versus electric, but one of the big issues is if you buy a new house and you have a gas stove that's 2 years old, you're not just going to throw it out. Again, it's more of a privilege thing, right? I'm just going to get rid of this, or even a water heater that's not broken, but you want a tankless. Have we started thinking about that at all across the city?
Councilmember Dukes, we would love to engage and offer more opportunities like that, but we do need funding as a resource to be able to offer that. So, if there's eligible grants that we can go after, we certainly want to do that. So we eyeball things that we think are in our capacity with our grants administrator, and we'll certainly keep that on our radar because we would love to see more of that happening. And unfortunately, the Healthy Homes Grant was going to do some of that for a small amount of homes. I think maybe about 10 in the city, in the core city, would have been identified through that program. But with the loss of funding for that, we unfortunately can't offer that anymore.
Is it educational as well, or is there an educational component to it for those who can switch? And because I think about, like, if I wanted to change my water heater, I wouldn't know where to dump it or move it, or like what's the right gallons for a tankless. Like, is that an education that'll come through you guys, or is that just as a resident you research it yourself?
There's an effort that's just starting with Denver Regional Council of Governments with water heat pumps, and that could go back to what you mentioned with the water heaters, not specifically the gas stoves, but that's just getting up and running, and that could be something in the future that would include that educational component that you're mentioning, but it's just getting up and running, so we'll have to get more information and get back to you on that, but that would include grants and training of staff and all that. There's a lot involved, but we'll look into it more and get back to you on that in the future.
Well, I don't want to create more work. I just bring it up if it's already along the lines of your thinking already.
Yes.
Please don't feel like you have to present back to us or anything. I just curious because your presentation, you do a lot already. And I was curiosity around what else are you thinking about in the future? And then for me, it would be, and for all of us, it would be like, are there things or policies that we really need to think about that are hindering? I know the federal grants is a piece of it, but I just don't think that should be our only strategy. And I'm curious around how do we help it be more robust discussion about what we need to move or shift and things of that nature. So that's all I had.
We also will offer up comments in the land use applications about that and suggestions about electrification with appliances and those sorts of things, just because it's a cleaner source of energy, and it does not impact public health quite so much. So wherever we can interject it, we do. It's just unfortunate that some of the funding sources right now are a little have not been presenting themselves to us as often.
Thank you. We have 4 council
Thank
members.
you. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon, I saw you, but you are 3rd in line. Councilmember Teeter.
Yes, on the saving the water, I've been getting emails from Scientific here lately that says they can save 80%, 70% to 80% on a new Fiscus Bermuda grass blend, but you have to buy their sod. Is there a way we can figure out, or that we can do some research and see what their seed mix is so that we can just buy the seed and grow our own?
We could definitely look into that. I just note that my expertise level is not as a landscape architect. I would love to have one. And that is certainly a gap that we have at the city, is just, having that landscape expertise. But we would love to explore, ways to save money and still, a lot of people love having a fluffy, fluffy grass under their feet, and they certainly enjoy that.
For 80% savings, well.
Yes.
Then it's feasible and.
Yes, definitely.
Better for the environment and everything, I would think. And secondly, I did call Scientific and they want to sell sod, and they know they would not tell me what their seed blend was. But but that's what I'm interested in. I'd like to do that, but I'd also like to, last year, there was a presentation that was put on that, they was talking about xeriscaping, and they said they would come back with a plan and show us pictures of places over in Aurora and Denver that have some xeriscaping done, so we can go look at and come up with a plan of our own. Does anybody know what happened to that plan? You remember that?
Yeah, I do. It was when Dr. Russo was here,
Yes.
so I don't know what happened to that.
There are definitely, the sky is the limit for a lot of those kinds of
But what we need is some
possibilities.
ideas, and I've been looking around Commerce City and I don't see anything I want to put in my yard.
So we do have that Xeric demonstration garden. It was a $10,000 grant. And so we did hire a landscape architect firm to design 2 possibilities, one in the north and one in the south. And we determined that we wanted it to be prominently displayed. So there are 2 locations within our parks and rec center areas where we have set aside where we would like for those demonstration gardens to go. Unfortunately, it's also a funding issue, where we will have the full-blown designs, and you can go out and you can walk these garden areas as a resident, as a council person, as a business owner. But we will need funding to realize those 2 demonstration gardens. But it will have a variety of plant materials, and hopefully it'll provide some inspiration to others to look into a variety of different materials and grasses and different types of mulch that are visually of interest to our residents and businesses.
Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Mayor Douglas.
hit the wrong button. Thank you, ladies, for the presentation. I just wanted to just to say tankless hot water heaters is tankless, so there's no amount of water that it holds. You can run hot water for a very long time. I mean, until you're done with it, which is great. Those cost between $500 to $7,500 to purchase and install. And so I know, like with Dr. Cog right now on the decarbonization grant, that's a lengthy process. And the problem we have now with tankless hot water heaters and thermal, I say using thermal is only 10% of electricians in Colorado know how to put those in properly. And that's a problem. So because someone have to be retrained and properly trained to make sure when those are put in, they're put in correctly. I had a question about when you talked about the water district. Our biggest problem with the water district that I see since I've been living for 21 years is they don't really look at conserving water. They look at people purchasing water. So if you have a leak, you don't know you have a leak until you get a bill, and maybe several bills. Most places with utilities are going with AMI meters, and those are the automated meters which actually detect the leak, and they shut it off at the system instead of a homeowner coming home and finding their house is flooded. So do you guys do you plan, or have you spoken with South Adams on a program for them to install those AMI meters?
Hi, Mayor Douglas. I'll have to look into a little bit more of that with SACWest, but I know that they engage in a program called Slow the Flow, and they will do irrigation audits. I don't think that they're as well advertised as they could be, and so I think our partnership with them, with Project Accelerator, we're hoping that we'll get a lot more community outreach out about that, because someone can request and say, my goodness, my water bill is crazy. I think something's going on with my irrigation system, and they will have a low cost or free cost assessment for you. But I just don't think it's being advertised quite as robustly as it could be.
Right. I understand that, but it would be nice if we could work with them so they could actually be more conservative in the water, because that's what Aurora does and other places. Right now, we don't govern our water, so that's a big issue right there. Let's see. No, I'll keep it short here because we're running out of time, but I do appreciate you guys, what you do, and looking forward to see other programs that you can include our residents on as far as saving. And as far as electric vehicles, there's a lot of companies now, because of the incentives going away, that they offer free installation with the cords. So if someone buys an EV, a used one, they will put it in for free. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember Chacon.
Thank you for your presentation, and I'm sorry about a lot of funding being lost to support and what could have supported. I know that some of it was under contract, so I know that eventually there might be some legal recourse to get things done, but I don't know how that's going to benefit the city. That being said, I think maybe as a council, we can pivot to uphold what we already have in policy. So I wanted to respond to, today was to respond to Councilmember Dukes on a couple of them. One of them, we do have in policy 1338 that was signed for cumulative impacts last year with Representative Manny Rutnell and Daphna as well. And one way that I think that I'm hoping we could help the city, and as a council we could support, is working with an educational institution like a higher ed university in trying to find those cumulative impacts of air pollution findings and how we could also potentially build workforce development to Mayor's point earlier of educational access. We legitimately do need a lot more youth going into aspects of trade schools, electrical engineering, and a number of other things, not just for solar, but a lot of installations and a lot of things for just transition. I think it would be helpful to already build that, maybe in an analysis or data analysis of cumulative impacts, and then build more of a relationship to see what type of educational institutions and certifications we can bring here for workforce development more so to address that type of spaces when we already know there's going to be funding gaps. And then today, they had a hearing for the PUC. I did hear a lot of elected officials all over Colorado talking about Excel's just transition proposal, and a lot of things that, especially for electrifying the grid, a lot of things that other cities are concerned about too, is making sure that, especially for disproportionately impacted communities, they're not the ratepayers that are the last to transition and a just transition often. So building policy to protect our disproportionately impacted communities as ratepayers as we electrify, and then moving forward when they start being able to access a lot more equitable electric EV vehicles, just electrification overall, how are we supporting them in that way? So I was just thinking and brainstorming how, one, making sure we're working with agencies like the PUC or others that we're holding those utilities accountable to our ratepayers, and then trying to make sure that it's an equitable transition, and then working in higher education and building relations to build that data analysis for cumulative impacts, especially air pollution, and then to move forward for workforce development, whether it's in air pollution in a workforce and that type of data monitoring, or in actual modeling where we can actually start building a workforce here for electrical jobs. I just wanted to throw those out there and seeing if policy, or if we can do study sessions, or what it is that we can support on a local policy level.
Thank you so much.
Good point.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands. I had some questions also. Some of these dovetail with what Mayor Douglas brought up, and the mayor and I are both on the Water Commission, which meets with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. But I'm curious, what is the water team and the water committee?
So the water team is a consortium of various Commerce City employees, Commerce City staff that work in the realm of water. So it can be city manager office, it can be community development, public works, basically almost a representative from each of our different departments that just, works in that realm of water and has an interest in evaluating water sustainability and policies to manage our water portfolio.
And what do you produce from that team?
So currently we have a draft general service area policy about issuance of, we have a water portfolio where we own about 2,200 ERUs that are in the general service area. We provide them typically to at an average rate of 1.4 ERUs per acre for a commercial project, or 1 ERU for a single family, or half an ERU for an apartment complex unit. And so those are kind of precious units that we have in our water portfolio in the general service area. And so we've been trying to establish a policy where we will have a guidance document that any staff person can pick up and understand how we issue water and why we issue water to particular projects with our precious water portfolio credits. So that's a project that's been kind of ongoing, but do we do that in the name of economic development incentives? Do we do that in the name of sustainability? Do we do it in the name of both? And so working with all of these different staffs and getting a lens on the approach with all of our different departments is really important in kind of coordinating a policy
Is
like
that something, City Manager Rogers, that the council would weigh in on? Because what would be the policy regarding how those ERUs are used? For example, if they're being used for housing, apartments, or whatever, do people who are doing sustainable projects get, are they considered like first tier? And people who aren't doing sustainable top projects would be second tier, for example, that we would be working on policy with regarding that?
Fair question, ma'am. I think the simple answer to this point in time has been no. It's been more viewed from an operational perspective of when we receive a request, which is already afforded to any property owner based on the size and type of use that they are requesting, and ensuring whether or not they're in compliance with that. That is an example of what the water team does, but it's not the only thing. That policy that's been drafted, and it's been drafted as of 4 or 5 years ago. So I wouldn't necessarily say it is in draft in nature, but given that it has been viewed to only affect what we are required to respond to with respect to the water district, as it pertains to a project in its rights to that GSA allocation, and confirming that. It also outlines if there is any request for any additional GSA allocation, since I don't have that policy in front of me. It also speaks to, I think, some standards that had already been set by the city. So really, we're effectuating certain actions that have already been taken. But if there was a desire, and I said that's to this point, so keep that bear in mind, is that if there was any additional direction that the council wanted to take from a water resource perspective, that would then further inform what we are effectuating at the operational level, then like I said, that would be a very different conversation.
Okay, so policy might be possible. Collaboration with South Adams County Water and Sanitation District is really important, and they're far different than Aurora because, of course, they are their own independent special district, and they don't provide the incentives that Aurora Water does or Brighton Water does to residents. And so it falls to the city, which is an awkward position for the city to be in because we don't own the water. So those 2,200 ERUs are something that has been conveyed to us by South Adams County Water and Sanitation District. I won't take up any more time on this, but I hope that when we're meeting with a building developer, with developers, that we're talking about our water-wise irrigation ordinance and encouraging them to make use of it as part of the notes back to the developers, to the builders. And I really want to thank all the council members for weighing in. I think it shows the level of interest in this particular topic of the environment here in Commerce City. This was scheduled for half an hour and we're now at 50 minutes. There were a lot of good suggestions regarding policy. So remember, if you want any policy changes, you need to bring it before the council as a motion. It's acceptance for this conversation and hearing all these wonderful ideas. But if you want to make change happen, then make a motion, have a policy written, have an amendment and or an ordinance or whatever the case might be, and then we can all vote on it. So thank you both very much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, have a good night.
Thank you, you too. Okay. We're going to our last official item, which is a transportation master plan update. And so
She's right out.
Jenna, I'm just trying to figure out how to get in the room because I closed the door. And it locked behind me. Okay, and there she is. Sorry, I locked you out.
Oh, that's okay. It's quite all right.
All right, joining us is the interim director of Public Works, Jenna Hahn, who will give the presentation on the transportation master plan.
Sorry, everybody, we struggle of how to make this big screen. Never gets old. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. We are here tonight to talk about the Transportation Master Plan. Right now, we are in the thick of that planning process and are currently on track to bring a draft plan before you all at the end of August. But for tonight, we are talking about a status update. So what work has done or has gone into the project to date to get us to this point, as well as the work that we still need to do to get us to the draft plan and eventual plan adoption by City Council. So this evening, I am joined by Michael Rank, our Transportation and Mobility Manager, by Jeff Bowman, the other Interim Director of Public Works, and by Steph and Jenny, our consultants for this project, who will actually be walking us through the presentation for this evening, but we're all available to answer questions. So without further ado, let's hand that over.
Good evening, I'm Jenny Young with Felsberg, Holt and Oliveg. Steph and I are going to tag team the presentation. So as Jenna alluded to, we'll give you a little bit of an overview about what the transportation plan is and share with you some of what we've heard from the community so far. And we'll share a little bit about some of the current and future conditions findings that really sets the foundation for identifying the recommendations for the plan. And then we'll share with you some of the next steps and information about the next phase of engagement that we're in the middle of right now and how we'll use that input to develop the plan recommendations. So your last adopted transportation plan was completed in 2010. And as you all know, a lot has changed since 2010 in Commerce City and around the Denver metro area in general. Significant growth, significant changes in the way that we travel. So the timing is right to update your transportation plan. And it really serves as a way to not only help the Public Works team with developing a pipeline of projects for the capital improvement program, but also to set the stage for your expectations of developers as they come into the community and, having a clear vision for what the transportation network should be and making sure that they're contributing to, building the network as envisioned by the community. We are taking a very multimodal approach to this transportation master plan update. So we're looking at, when we're talking about transportation, we're talking about driving, walking, biking, riding, transit, all types of surface transportation, and really looking for opportunities to provide options and choice in the way we move around Commerce City. So we started the planning process in June of 2024. We completed the first phase of public engagement in the late summer and fall of 2024. And during that time, we were going through the existing and future conditions analysis. So kind of running those two things concurrently, the community input and the technical analysis. And we're now in the throes of, analyzing the network and looking at what the opportunities are for improvements. Meanwhile, we're asking the community about some of the trade-offs and understanding what their preferences are. And then we'll be moving into the real heart of the plan of developing the recommendations.
All right, so as part of the planning process, we establish a vision and associated goals. And so the vision and goals are really intended to describe the desired future state of the transportation system. And for this plan specifically, it's a long-range plan, so we're looking out to 2050. So look, what is Commerce City's vision for transportation all the way out to 2050? So the vision statement is in that green box there, and I'll just read it quickly. But our vision is to create an equitable and multimodal transportation network that prioritizes comfort for all users. Our aim is to develop and maintain a transportation system that supports a sustainable and vibrant community. And so in this vision statement and the goals that we'll share with you on the next slide were really derived from input that we were receiving from the public as well as stakeholders. We also had a little bit of a work session with our interdepartmental coordination team. So that's a group of folks from with representatives from various departments that provided input, and we referenced these other key plans, the current strategic plan, the comprehensive plan that was adopted last year, and the 2010 plan that is the current adopted transportation plan to kind of source those vision and goals. So these are the goals that were established for this plan, and the goals really highlight some of the key topics of importance for transportation, but they also relate to and align with some of the other cities' goals, some of the other city goals like equity, growth, and sustainability. So these goals will guide us through our planning process. And so we'll be making recommendations under the guidance of these goals. And then we will also use the goals to evaluate all of the draft projects that will be recommended with the plan. So they'll be evaluated based on how well they meet these goals that are established. So getting into our engagement approach, we have our planning process involves 3 phases of engagement, 3 key phases. Jenny alluded to, each of those phases. We're in the midst of the second phase right now, but the first phase is focused on understanding the community's challenge. This is a listening phase for engagement, understanding what the community's concerns are about the transportation network. And that's really informative as we start to develop recommendations and understand what those challenges are. In the second phase, we're looking to understand trade-offs and things like strategy preferences. So digging in a little bit deeper on those topics so that when we have 2 kind of conflicting recommendations, we may be able to make a decision on those. And then the final phase of engagement happens when we're at the draft plan point. So we share the draft plan with the public and stakeholders, and we ask them, did we get it right? What comments or feedback do you have on that? And then we work with staff to figure out how to address those to create a finalized plan. So the first phase of engagement, like Jenny mentioned, was held sort of in the summer into the fall. This is usually our most intensive engagement phase. We do a lot more events. We had participation open for 3 months, so providing people a lot of time to participate. And we did both online and in-person activities. So we had an online interactive survey that we received over 220 individual survey responses, but folks were allowed to, drop location-based feedback points. And so we had actually 800 comments received through that as well. We also attended a number of different sort of pop-up events and hosted some of our own as well. One of the larger efforts that was really helpful in getting our participation numbers up was sending out a community-wide mailer. And that'll be one of our lessons learned here, is that was something that really had a really big boost in participation when those mailers hit people's mailboxes. So some of the things that we heard during our first phase, we will, include a full summary as part of the report that goes into all the details because we collected so much information. But these are some of the key themes that we heard kind of over and over again that we wanted to share with you. So one being congestion and roadway conditions. Those are top priorities. There are a few roads that had a lot of comments on them. Tower Road, US 85, 105, 104th Ave, or just a few of those. We also heard that walking and biking are limited by gaps in the network and also safety concerns. So people want more comfortable space to walk and bike around the city, but they're facing some barriers and some safety concerns, especially at intersections and railroad crossings. We heard a strong interest in improved transit access. So participants asking for more frequent transit, asking for more reliable service, and then also commenting on things like at the actual transit stops about improved amenities to make that more comfortable. And we also asked about safety questions. So I didn't mention this earlier, but we are working closely with the team that's working on the comprehensive safety action plan that you may have heard about. I think there was a presentation on that a couple weeks ago. So we combine, we're using their information and they're using our information to make sure that both plans are benefiting from that public feedback and that we went out to the public with one survey that we could get feedback for both. So we did ask a lot of questions about safety and the things that people are most concerned about are lighting and visibility, and then again that unsafe intersections concern. And then generally we heard a call for more attractive streets, more foliage and greener streets from community members. So we had some lessons learned in that first phase of engagement that we were able to quickly pivot on a few things and then carry some of those lessons learned for our plan for the rest of the project. So we had initially planned to do more of an open house format where you have a room reserved, you advertise the event, and folks come, with the intent of providing feedback at that event. And so what we noticed is we were getting some low turnout at that event. And so we pivoted to more of what we call pop-up style. So instead of, kind of being in a room on the side, you're pulling your boards out into high traffic areas where lots of people are passing through, going about their daily routine. And then they say, oh, that looks interesting. I want to learn more about that, or I'm willing to participate. And we were able to get a lot more participation through pivoting to those types of and styles of events. So we did some events where there were already people there, like the school back to school resources fair, the Touch a Truck event last fall. And then we held a couple at places like rec centers and community centers where we just sort of popped up and set up there. So that was a big thing that we changed our approach on. So we also noticed that the mailers were really boosted the participation. So we planned for a second mailer in this phase of engagement that we're in right now. And that's actually already gone out to folks' mailboxes. And then social media, we noticed that we did see a little increase in participation when social media posts went out. But we were directing people to the Commerce City site and then to the survey. And there was maybe a few too many clicks involved. And so really refining that process to make sure that people were able to quickly find what they're looking for and participate. And then finally, we, throughout the project process, we've asked folks if they want to be on the project contact list and receive updates. And so when there's another opportunity to participate, so we've had a growing project email list, and every time that we reach out to those folks, we definitely see an uptick in participation. So we'll continue to do that as well. Okay.
Okay, I'll give you a quick overview of the topics that we covered in the current and future conditions analysis and report. And then we'll go into a little more detail on a few of these topics, but I just wanted to start by giving you kind of an overview of the type of elements that we were looking at with the current future conditions assessment. This really is a technical evaluation of how is the transportation system operating today and what changes can we anticipate in the future based on the growth that's expected in Commerce City and the surrounding area. So we looked at, previous plans to understand what relevant projects and strategies could be carried forward.
we looked at just sort of generally at the community profile, the demographics of the people that live in the community today and the growth that's expected, which I'll talk about a little bit more detail in a minute. Equity and access and understanding the mobility barriers and affordability barriers that exist in the community. We looked at travel patterns, how are people using the transportation system? Where are their origins and destinations in terms of commuting patterns, for example? We look at the roadway network, the traffic conditions, where the highest traffic volumes are and where those are increasing. We incorporated the crash analysis that was done as a part of the safety action plan. We looked at existing bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, transit services, and emerging needs like EV infrastructure and ITS infrastructure. Okay, so I'm going to go into a little more detail on the traffic forecasting process that we conducted as a part of the future conditions assessment. So the Denver Regional Council of Governments, or DRCOG, maintains a region-wide travel demand model, and it's basically a computer program that uses the existing transportation network, all of the roads and the transit routes in the metro area. And it projects what is going to change in the future and what sort of traffic volumes we can expect in the future based on growth in the region and changes to the transportation network. So one of the things that we did early in the process, we did a review of the land use forecasts that are included in the DRCOG model. And we quickly realized that DRCOG's land use forecasts in Commerce City and in your urban growth area are not reflective of what's in your comprehensive plan. So we put a little pause on that exercise and asked the planners at Commerce City to take a closer look at the land use forecast. And they went through a pretty extensive exercise of looking at zone by zone what the household and employment forecasts are. And they recommended modifications to better align those land use forecasts with your comprehensive plan. And so we then updated the DRCOG model. So the land use forecasts are really critical because that, all of the travel patterns are based on where people are traveling, from their house to their job and, to errands and to school and all those different things. So the location of, where people live and work is really critical to the output of the model. So you can see in the maps on the lower right show in red where we removed some households or employees from the zones in the model, and the greens are where we added. So in total, we did add households overall, and we took away some jobs from the model, but the biggest effort was that we moved them. The DRCOG model was not reflecting the locations where you're expecting growth in the city. So we went through this exercise to really scrub the model to make sure that it is reflective of your comprehensive plan. And that's what's then used to as the basis for the traffic forecasts. So these maps show the current traffic volume. So this is looking at the number of cars per day on different roadway segments in the city. And then on the right, we're showing the future traffic volumes. So the darker and thicker the lines means heavier traffic volume. So you can see how that changes over time. So we then did an analysis to look at the volume to capacity ratio, and this is looking at the volume of traffic divided by a kind of generalized capacity of a road. So if the volume to capacity ratio is at or above 1.0, that generally means, there's congestion, it's not easy to travel around. So this shows the existing volume to capacity ratios. The green means it's good, it's easy to travel around. The closer you get to red, the more congestion you have. This is the 2050 volume to capacity map if we were to do no improvements to the roadway network. So you can see where
some of the, arterials in Commerce City start to show up as red. You're experiencing a lot more congestion, delay. People have unreliable trips on the network. We also did a model run where we included the projects that are in DRCOG's fiscally constrained network as a part of their 2050 Metro Vision Plan. So these are projects that you all are a part of the DRCOG organization and that is reasonably expected to be funded and built by 2050. So we then looked at this volume to capacity with those fiscally constrained projects, and you can see a lot of the red lines go away and are addressed by those fiscally constrained projects. So those projects are likely, those are going to be recommendations that come out of this plan. Oh, is there a question?
Mayor Pro Tem, I think you've got a couple hands up.
Do we want to interrupt the presentation right now?
I think so, since there's a lot of media information coming up.
Oh, I would have done that long before. All righty, I was waiting till the end. Councilmember Chacon.
I'm kind of just curious really quick, going back a couple slides or even just going overall, how did you navigate the unincorporated, the Adams County, certain things like that when it came to the comprehensive plan, and then how we were going to apply it here? Especially for roadway traffic of multimodal. That's the biggest one that we always get from communities, that there's not enough being able to access buses or safe bus stops. How is that going to be navigated, and how can we work with the county?
So a couple things. One is that you can see from the map, we're looking not just within the existing city boundaries, but we are looking within your urban growth boundary. So we're looking at areas that are not yet incorporated into Commerce City, but are anticipated to be incorporated as development occurs. So we absolutely are looking at those areas, and we worked with the planners to look at, what the anticipated development would be like in those areas. And we'll be making recommendations for multimodal improvements along those corridors as well. And then in addition to looking within the urban growth boundaries, we're also coordinating with adjacent jurisdictions to make sure that, there's continuity across the boundaries. So a bike lane doesn't end, for example, when you get out of Commerce City.
Thank you. That's always the ongoing challenge. I appreciate you.
And it's not always easy, but we do the best we can.
Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks for the pause. This fundamental classification plan when it comes to arterial roads. Yeah, I know we can change those from green to if they're major collectors. I know that's something just came up last week with DRCOG, is that we can change it. Well, actually with NEDA, we can change the classifications because these are set by our city, and that's set by the state.
Yeah, so we actually are, we have a couple slides to talk about the functional road classifications, and that's something we are considering with this plan is adjusting those. And correct me if I'm wrong, Jenny, but the volume to capacity the functional road classification isn't quite as meaningful as the actual number of lanes, the number of through lanes, and that's what impacts capacity the most.
Okay, well, Brighton doesn't have as far as their roads go width-wise, but because they changed some of the classifications, they're able to get multimodal grants.
Yep.
Based on the reclassification. So that's why I was just asking.
Yeah, and Steph will step through the process that we're going through to look at the functional classifications here in a minute.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to go back to the community involvement portion of your presentation. And right now, the survey response is running at less than 2%, which is fairly low. And I'd like to understand better why we aren't having city council input at this point, like interviews with each of us, because we have particular knowledge. Some of us have long history, you know, have lived here 20, 50 years and have particular knowledge about transportation issues. Some of us represent wards that have particular issues. I represent Ward 4, for example, which Tower Road show is a mess, which it is. There was another multi-vehicle accident this evening at the Pena on-ramp. People drive crazy on that road. It's not, there are half lanes that then go into, you know, it's 2.5 lanes, then it goes into 2 lanes, and people race each other to try and get ahead of another car. But I would love to, I mean, I participate in your survey, so I'm one of the 1.8% to participate in your survey. But I do think that it would be helpful to have interviews with each of the council members. Would that be something that would be possible, City Manager Rogers?
I'd have to look at that, ma'am. I can't answer that question right now, but I mean, it's something that we can take under advisement and see how it fits into the overall schedule.
Yeah, the problem is that if we wait until we get the draft, we have the draft, and drafts are generally not very malleable. Councilmember Teeter?
Yeah, I'd like to get back to what the mayor was talking about on classifying some of these roads as red. And I think we need to use our statistics as far as the fatalities we've had, starting back at 2016. That, I mean, there's a whole bunch of roads that should be red. And because that's an advantage for us as far as getting help from the outside. You know, the more red roads we got, the more chances there is for getting help. Because most of our help, we basically have been screwed since the 70s. I mean, when they put I-270 in, the road was screwed up then. And you know, and I got involved in the 74 when I got on the fire department. It was like a weekly ordeal cutting people out of cars up there. We knew it was a problem. We'd bring it up and it just went in one ear and out the other as far as the state. And then when the big money comes along, well, they decided to expand I-2 or I-70 going west. And then they decided to expand 25 going south to Colorado Springs, and all the money just is going someplace else besides here. So it's my goal to try to bring money back. And we definitely, I-270 is in the news every day. It's congested. It's still unsafe. And we got extra truck traffic on our roads because they're not using I-270 because it takes them twice as long to get across 270. So they're cutting through and they're tearing up our roads. They should be on 270. But so I don't blame them for doing what they're doing there. But anyway, that's all I got.
Yeah, and just a couple things on 270, CDOT is looking at widening 270. They're looking at different options for that right now. And while this plan is focused primarily on the roads that are under the jurisdiction of Commerce City, we definitely can include strategies that talk about, encouraging and working with CDOT to, encourage enhancements to the state highway network that support the overall transportation network in Commerce City.
But yeah, as far as the master plan goes, though, where does that fit in with what we're talking about today? That along with 74th Avenue, which is a state highway, and Brighton Boulevard, and that are in terrible shape. And does that fit into our master plan, or is it a completely different plan?
We're not making recommendations per se on the state highways, but we are looking at them in the context of the overall travel. So like when we're looking at the using the DRCOG travel demand model, we're looking at how much growth there is on I-270 and I-76 and how that impacts the rest of the surrounding network. So we are looking at it in the context of that, but the recommendations and the plan is predominantly focused on Commerce City's streets.
I wonder if it wouldn't be wise to have that in our master plan, just so that we can show this state that this is in, you guys aren't doing your job as far as maintenance goes, according to our master plan?
Typically, you don't find that in the master plan. That's more of an operational conversation that we have with them. I mean, I think you can have strategies that speak to the relationship within the master plan and what we want to strive for, which is thinking about, right, we hear about greener streets, we hear about safer streets. We can talk about, establishing stronger relationships or partnerships that look at joint projects at those intersections or at those inferences within the city that we can then operationally continue to keep working on to be able to address. And that's what you would typically find in that. So there's ways of being able to tackle the bigger aspect here is how do we get better partnership with the state within the municipal boundary of Commerce City as it pertains to about what we control and where we connect, but also to what we would have as a general expectation of that commute through our city, which could also lead to more interchanges or things that may come out through that next phase of public engagement as a piece of discussion.
Thank you. Councilmember Chacon?
I wanted to just throw this in there too. I don't know if others received this, but as of tomorrow, I believe that there is a take advantage of new Safer Streets for All opportunities, which include grants. It's tomorrow from 12 to 1 Central Time. So what is that? 1 Mountain Standard. But I know that there's some grants that could help us at least when it's coming to certain regional issues that maybe we can partner with the county for. Sorry, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Thank you, Councilmember Chacon. And I did want to add one thing that's community involvement has been really important to me ever since I came on the city council 5 years ago on for all of these plans, comprehensive plan, Parks Recreation Golf Plan, now the transportation plan. And people wanted to talk about bicycles and multimodal, et cetera, and they were told to wait for the transportation plan. So here we are with the transportation plan, and they don't really know how to get involved. That is not the message isn't getting through somehow. And one of the other avenues that was used for the Parks, Recreation and Golf Master Plan was the boards and commissions. Councilmember Douglas brought that up earlier about how important they are to our community. So even if you don't interview any of the council members, to at least interview the boards and commissions so that they can weigh in on what they want to see when it comes to transportation in the community. There's a youth commission, senior commission, there's just the whole vast array of people to be involved in community engagement when it comes to one of these plans. I've heard that people get really excited when they're completed and they celebrate. We have to be involved in order to celebrate. Mayor Douglas?
Sorry about this. As far as the next steps, I understand in August, you're going to come back with the draft and final plan. It would be nice to, if we could have that opportunity after stakeholders engagement and interdepartmental coordination. Right after them, we should be able to engage with this group in July.
So
Is that a possibility?
So I think we've heard some good comments about public engagement. Obviously, we can take that back and how that can dovetail into the process of where we're at and how we engage the broader community and other stakeholders. So I don't want to put a time frame on it, Mayor, whether it comes earlier or later. I think we have to really think about it. If there's a desire for more robust communication and engagement, I really wouldn't want to just manufacture a date of, we'll come back to council in July, where it may rely on us having to come back to you all August, September timeframe, if it's really going to drive better results. But that's where I would say, I've heard boards and commission, I've heard council members, I've heard others. Let us go back and do the homework and not expect an answer today.
No, I understand that. I'm just putting out there that if we had another meeting, because this right here is April, the next one's going to be in September. If we could have something in between, that would be more helpful, because
you get to a point where I'm not saying the East's gonna be dry or things like that, but at least another opportunity.
Let us look at that, Mayor. Like I said, let us play around with things based off of what we hear today. As far as just the overall feedback, but also, as what we've heard around this community engagement, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, appreciate that.
Councilmember Douglas?
Yeah, I was gonna wait until the end, but I think that's probably an appropriate place to bring this up. I haven't seen anything about trucks, truck routes. I get a lot of complaints from constituents and in the north now about trucks coming through the neighborhoods. And it's really detrimental to the people who have to put up with it. And it's north and south, but it's something that we need to address here. I see pedestrians, I see, all this other stuff, but it's kind of like the elephant in the room. We really need to address it.
Absolutely. Okay, should we keep going? Okay, we have a few more slides to get through and then we can certainly continue the conversation and great input. So I guess the last thing that I wanted to say about this is that, is this the last VC slide?
Yes.
Yeah. The last thing that I wanted to say about this is that as we're developing the recommendations, we're looking at how to address these congestion points, but we're doing it, widening is not necessarily the answer. The widening in certain locations is a good solution, but it's not always the answer. I mean, there are other things that we can be looking at, like improving the operations of corridor, improving the signal timing, adding multimodal components, looking at how your street network can better accommodate more reliable transit service, to encourage other modes of transportation, adding new parallel routes to relieve some of the congested corridors like Tower Road as an example. So we're looking holistically at different ways to address the congestion that we're seeing from the model.
Okay. So back to the topic of functional roadway classification and that plan. So the current roadway classification plan, again, was adopted with the 2010 transportation plan. So it's about 15 years old now. And when you're updating your transportation plan, it's a great opportunity to take a look at this. There's, you've been hearing it over and over again, but there's been a change in the development patterns and the growth and how people travel. And so this is an opportunity to look at, what does this still make sense? And so really what the roadway functional classification plan is intended to do is define the role of each road in the overall network and help guide how new roads are built and how, major upgrades are handled. And so there's a strong relationship with the roadway classification plan and the roadway design standards. And so that's what we really have to take a closer look at and spend some time on. So there's some key purposes to doing this, but there's also a lot of challenges as well. So, we want to reflect those new development patterns and in those growth areas, establish a network that makes sense, that is continuous, provides the mobility, but also provides the access. And so, there's also some potential updated classification language that can be used as well. So currently there's a multimodal arterial classification, and that's something that based on the Federal Highway Administration guidance, that isn't necessarily a terminology that they use anymore. All roads should be multimodal and should have a component that addresses that. And so we'll be looking to see if that should be reclassified. We'll also want to incorporate all of the information that we found so far in terms of the updated traffic forecasts to inform this process. And then some of those challenges that I mentioned and kind of what I was hearing earlier is that there's a process for updating the classifications with DRCOG and CDOT. So anything that's being upgraded to a principal arterial or higher has to go through an approval process because it then becomes a regionally significant corridor. And so there's some guidance there that we need to follow. We also want to make sure that we're balancing the recommendations that we're making with the changes that are then going to have to be reflected in the roadway design standards. And updating the roadway design standards is a pretty hefty process. They're very detailed, and so we want to make sure that those two things can speak to each other, and that, you know, those continue to remain a tool for developers. And moving right along through our current and future existing conditions assessment. I know we kind of took a little pause there, but we did want to talk about the current and future active transportation and touch on this a little bit further. So we're looking at developing bicycle and pedestrian recommendations, and we recognize all the work that was done in the Walk Bike Fit plan. There was extensive planning done in that, identifying routes, and we're hoping that what we can do with this plan is take a look at that, make sure all the routes are providing the connectivity with the existing network that's out there, the existing infrastructure that's out there, and then also advance those recommendations. So maybe define what that actual facility type might look like. Is this a bike lane, a protected bike lane? Is it a multi-use path, and advancing those? We also have data on all of the missing sidewalks in the city. So we're looking at different ways of how do we prioritize filling the sidewalk gaps. And then finally, transit. So, you know, RTD operates transit currently in the city. There's a number of human service transit providers. And so we looked at all of the current service that's offered, looking at the frequency, the ridership, where the highest ridership stops are located. And then we looked at RTD's future system optimization plan, what recommendations are in that. And then we're now looking at the gaps. Where can service be improved? Where is it missing? And then especially looking in those growth areas and roads like Tower Road, where might new routes make sense that you could potentially partner with RTD or advocate for with RTD. And then we're looking at alternative transit solutions, things like micromobility or community shuttles. You know, the city has an upcoming study that's going to take a deeper dive on that, but we can certainly provide some preliminary kind of recommendations around that. Let's see, I think that's all for transit. Oh, I think this slide got duplicated, but let's see here. Oh, I think the image is just missing. So the image is wrong on this slide, but it's still the transit map, but the text is the same. So we're currently in the second phase of engagement, and we launched on March 14th, and we're planning to stay open through mid-May. And we have had over 100 participants. That number, since we submitted this presentation, has increased. Mailers went out since then, and I do have updated numbers for you. So far, we've had about 370 interactions, so either through a pop-up event or through our online interactive survey. And we typically see a slightly lower number of participation in the second phase of engagement. But I think due to doing that second mailer, we're seeing pretty similar numbers there. And we'll be using this feedback again to help inform some of those decision-making processes when we have potentially conflicting recommendations, and then using that information to help us understand which goals are most important to folks, so that we can use that evaluation and use those goals to weight the evaluation process. Okay, and then the modal plan development is what we're currently in the process of. So this diagram just explains our process. So on the left is what we're doing right now. We're looking for project ideas and potential recommendations and strategies for bicycle, pedestrian, transit, and then street, which is inclusive of both cars and freight traffic. And then we're using all of the feedback that we received in the first phase of engagement, all of the technical analysis that we've completed, and to develop those ideas. Then we're going through the process of filtering out, okay, which ones do we need to move forward in the process? So that each of these plans, the modal plans that you see on the right, a bicycle and pedestrian plan, the transit plan, and then the multimodal street plan, they all speak to each other but cover those different topics. And then I'll just share this. You saw the schedule earlier in the presentation, but looking to finalize the plan, towards the fall. We have a lot of work to do to be able to present some draft recommendations to our key stakeholders. And then we'll be drafting the plan and sharing that with them and the public again, and then coming back to you all. Again, it sounds like we'll do some thinking about the schedule and seeing what we can do about some interim opportunities. Okay, so we've reached the discussion portion, and I know you all probably have a lot more questions, but we're really hoping, we would love to know from you, one, if some of the public feedback and input that we've shared, if any of that is surprising to you, or if that aligns with what you've been hearing from your community over the years. And then two, if there are any aspects of this transportation plan that you think are really critical to including in the plan to make it a successful plan. And that is all.
I have a question.
Oh, yes, sorry, Councilmember Dukes.
Yeah, one question. So thank you for the comprehensive plan. I have, I guess, two questions. The first, if you go back to the last slide. So when we have the draft and final plan, you mentioned you're going to come back to the stakeholders in August. Like will they have time to give input? Is that what you're saying? Like tweak, modify, share any big concerns at a working document? Does that sound right?
I can weigh in on that, but there will be plenty of time. While we're showing September as potential adoption process, our contract goes through the end of December. So we have built in a buffer for additional engagement, additional feedback to be responsive to the community and other stakeholders when we do go to them with those draft recommendations.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing you say, you're making sure that there's a buffer, that any concerns, it's not final, the ink's not dry, there'll be opportunities to talk through it. And in the end, when it is done, people had a chance to give some level of feedback, whether it's taken or not. When I think about, you mentioned the sidewalks back in a couple slides ago. And it was sidewalks, what'd you call it? Sidewalks update or input? What'd you call it?
I think I called it the sidewalk gaps. And so that's basically where the city has done a data collection effort to identify where there are missing sidewalks. And so we have that spatial data and we can incorporate that into our plan because the city already has that data.
Yeah, thank you. So to answer your question around one of the things I've heard across the city, but specifically in our south part of the city and some over in like our Stillwater area, a little bit west, is the sidewalks issues and thinking through how to make sure we have ADA compliant sidewalks, as well as just the walkability for kids and families. So thank you for acknowledging that. I look forward to seeing what that looks like. The other piece that I've heard, like a lot of us heard, just traffic in terms of flow. We understand that there's going to be busy times of the day, but I think it'll be great to help us stay informed in terms of when this plan is complete or near completion, some way to share like our traffic while it's busy in certain parts of the day, it's compared to other cities, it's not as bad, right? Or the things we're doing now will help with the flow, but that's the only thing I would just say is missing in terms of like traffic density is tough, but it's only certain parts of our day that it really is beefed up.
Mayor Douglas?
Thank you. I appreciate you guys' patience tonight. Lot of questions, and with this master plan, I know overall, I would say it would be nice to think innovative, think of future transportation. So like putting a spur on Tower by 81st going up to connecting to the light rail. A light rail system along E470 to the north to maybe a northbound entrance to the airport. There's going to be some opportunities there. And then BNSF, they have moved their rail yard from downtown up into, I believe, Hudson. Huge rail yard that's going to be built. And then the connectivity on the northern end in our growth boundary by Watkins Road between, let's see, Hayes Mount Road and Watkins Road, connecting the train line at the spur coming down into DIA from the north. Is any of that going to be part of this future concept?
Well, I think we definitely need to, we're in the process of developing those recommendations and we're considering other previously planned projects as part of that. So I think we'll have to look at these meeting notes and take note and look specifically to answer that question in detail.
Okay, because I want to make sure I say that to put that in your radar, because this is something that's going to happen, and Commerce City needs to be part of that process in the future. So if we're going to have a transportation plan that's supposed to go out till what date is this? 2045?
2050. Yep.
2050. That definitely needs to be part of that. We really need to be bold and think about our opportunities and establishing those early, because as our city grows in the north, people are going to try to get everyone's going to have cars up there. That's not going to go away. But the ability to have choices, and then with our growth, speaking, looking long-term economically, we have to set ourselves up for the opportunity that we're going to have different ways of logistics coming through, because right now all logistics is coming down Highway 2 corridor, Highway 85 on rail. There's going to be a big, huge rail line in the northeast that's tied to Commerce City. So I just want to make sure we are prepared for that.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas.
Thank
And I would also like to say that of all of us on the city council, he is our expert layperson on transportation. So if you would make a list of those things that you ran out, that you talked about, Mayor Douglas, and pass those along to the city manager, and he can get them to the consultants. It'll probably be easier for them. I'm looking at the phase 1 engagement. What we heard, I think, is what you're referring to.
Mm-hmm.
And the one item that is missing for me, that I hear about all the time, are trucks.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Douglas brought that up earlier, but it's not mentioned in any of the 5.
Yeah.
And then also under classification plan, is there any type of road that's officially called a truck route, or is that how is that designated?
Yep, I mean, that's a truck route is a separate designation from the functional classification. So you have your functional classification system and then you have designated truck routes and where you want to direct the trucks to.
Is that part of the master plan also, or is that done on a municipal level?
So what we've been discussing with staff, and the challenge is there are designated truck routes, but the trucks are not necessarily using their designated truck routes. It's really hard to enforce that. And so that's something that we're talking through with staff right now on what the most useful thing would be to put in this plan, if we should look at reclassifying those designated truck routes, or if they're not having an impact right now.
Yeah, and we do have the east-west challenge.
Yeah.
Less so on north-south.
So to put a little bit of a finer point to that, so the master plan can have some guidance on how to look at truck routes. We have an ordinance currently that dates back to 1987 that effectuates the truck routes that we have today. So in essence, and we'd have to dig back through that ordinance on, what would be necessary to be changed to reflect the master plan's guidance from a policy perspective on what new truck routes have been identified, what truck routes should be pulled off, what truck routes should remain, in that sense. But you're really going to then be looking at that ordinance amendment or update or refresh, however you want to call it, as an effectuation of policies or tools that could be, highly identified within the master transportation plan.
And that was a study session we were going to have on east-west connections for trucks. And then Buckley Road, we had talked about reopening Buckley Road. Has that come up at all? Buckley Road?
We did discuss it, and that it sounded like that wasn't necessarily going to be a possibility, but I don't know if staff, if you have any more input on that or.
South of 96th.
South of, 96th.
It would seem to me that it would alleviate the traffic on Tower again, which is what it did when it was open.
I think the issue, when we looked at it, there was not right of way for a road to be present there.
I think that it may be associated with the Buffalo Highlands PUD development, where it talked about the vacation and the transfer of that as part of the open space. I know there was some email communication about that a couple months ago, so we'd have to dig that back up.
Yeah, it's on the other side of Second Creek, so it's not on the same side as Buffalo Highlands. And by the way, while I have you, someone complained that the temporary fence at 96 and Buckley Road is down again. And so they suggested that a more permanent fence go up so that it doesn't keep falling apart.
We're working on that right now, actually.
Okay, that's good. Councilmember Teeter?
While we're talking about trucks, would it be possible to get a truck accident rate of how many accidents they actually have versus the vehicles? So that we can get that message straight?
So we did look at that data as a part of the safety action plan, but the problem is you have to go into individual accident reports because they're not classified that way in the system. So that would, it's possible, but you would have to hire someone to open up every single accident report for whatever period of time to be able to distinguish what type of vehicle was involved.
I think their safety record is a lot better than what the car safety record is. In fact, I know it's a lot better. And I know they scare a lot of people because they're big and some of them make a lot of noise, but everything we're sitting on in this room today was delivered by a truck, including the building itself. And it's just something you can't get away from. So you have to supply a route for these truckers to bring their product in to town. You can't just get rid of them.
Councilmember Ford?
On the 96th and Buckley, south on Buckley, a big part of the problem was that there was a large part of Buckley Road that was within the property of the refuge. So there's a lack of right of way because of refuge owned property. That was part of the reason that we had to do away with that part of Buckley Road, because the refuge property, the arson property went past and beyond there.
And if I may, I'm looking at the PUD zone document for Buffalo Highlands, and it clearly states that Buckley Road was to be abandoned after completion of the bridge across Second Creek. So, and that became a portion of, I would say, partial K, which is the kind of that open space that undulates, which was adjacent to the Rocky Mountain National Speedway, which was also vacated once that development came in.
Yeah, that's pretty sad because it's such a missed opportunity. The views from that road over the arsenal of the mountains. Oh my gosh, some of the decisions that were made in the past are like mind blowing. Councilmember Douglas.
So that's my question. Just because it was done at one point, couldn't that be brought back to see if these people might consider renegotiating or reevaluating the situation? Just because it was done at one point in time, here we are in the future, things have changed. Why can't we bring it back and at least ask? At least ask.
You know, I think that's a worthwhile conversation, discussion to be had. I think there's obviously a number of different dynamics that may be at play that are appropriate in a different setting of a conversation. But I mean, obviously there'd be some work that my office, working with the city attorney's office, I would suspect that we would have to dive into in the main to understand all of those particular dynamics to bring back to a council for a discussion.
Just feel like it would be such a benefit to the community that it would be worthwhile. You know.
Panel online, somebody has people behind you on your microphone. It's not me this time on Zoom who's letting someone. There we go. Any other comments, everyone?
I agree with Councilmember Douglas, on negotiating with the federal government. It's just a matter of bringing it back up again. I think they would negotiate with us.
They're getting rid of property.
Wouldn't be no skin off their nose.
Well, they seemed like they were open to something like this when we were in
And it's just a
DC.
matter of
so-
somebody bringing it back up, and it's not gonna cost them any money.
And the developer too, as far as, you know, reconsidering the open space or whatever. I mean, you're never gonna know unless you ask.
Exactly.
Thank you both so much. We
Yes,
appreciate all the
thank
work
you.
you've put into this thus far.
Thank you, and thank you for your input.
And what's the name of your firm again?
FHU,
FHU. Okay.
Felsberg, Colton, Olivet.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you again. Okay, so now we're going to and thank you, team from Public Works.
Yes, big kudos to Michael Rank. He has carried this project.
All right. We're going into this discussion about the study session calendar now.
Yes, ma'am. So as we've done on a quarterly basis, we've shared with you some items that you see in red. Those are in red, have been placed on the Q3 agenda based on date-specific actions or motions that were made by council at regular meetings. What you find in the white are carryovers in which we've had that have been I'll call a carryover. So such as the North Range Substation, Buckley Park, Chambers Road funding option discussion. Back in December, the consensus was for us to bring that back to the retreat. That discussion did not happen at the retreat. So in order to continue based off of the direction, which was finish the design work for the substation, but also thinking about some of these other bigger projects that are tied to delivery of the school with Buckley Park, but Chambers Road, one of the other major roadways, north-south, that remains to be completed. But obviously, you know, there is interest in the community in being able to move forward. We still have to have that conversation about alternative funding sources and how to move that forward. So why it's white is because we haven't identified a date, because once again, some of those have just been pushed down because of other priorities that were time specific. So what you'll find at the top of that list is a list of, I think, policy discussions that will give guidance and direction to me and my team as it pertains to the remainder of this year and or leading into 2026. But starting in July, we have the 120th widening project discussion, development fees, maximum supportable impact fees, and fire suppression discussion. Those two have been talked about hand in hand. And that was a time specific to occur in the June, July timeframe. And July has been identified based on the level of work and information gathering that's necessary by our team. Right now, that's estimated on July 14th to end around 10:25. On July 28th, we have our E3 Q2 update. We have a vacant building discussion, which is one that is not a council request, but something that we've identified based on operations that has been a troubling aspect for us to enforce, both with, I'll call it community appearance, but also from a public safety perspective. And then we have the 68th Avenue corridor update. As you all may be aware, we're working on a corridor study for 68th Avenue between Colorado and 85-6. This is to provide you all an update on what that study is going to be outlining for future roadway improvements or multimodal improvements. And then we have growth and development in the Northern Range, which was also slated to happen sometime between June and July. Once again, thinking about how everything else has been slated in July 28th. So we're sitting around 9:50 p.m. there. You'll see on August 11th, we have an update discussion on the city's website. But then we have our second discussion around the 2026 budget and CIP process. Those two projects alone would have you at 2 hours and 45 minutes. And then we kind of start getting into August, September timeframe where we have 1 or 2 items on the agenda. If we can go back up real quick, and I will then open the floor to the questions. Something I did want to call out to the council, something that we are going to be doing a little bit differently this year with the budget is having a council budget request discussion. In the past, where we have gone through our various workshops that we open up in the August, September, October timeframe, we will then have a discussion around things that were not captured as far as budget enhancements from different departments, that you all would, make certain requests for us to consider, which at that time becomes a little bit of gymnastics, both from an academic and from a financial perspective for us to bring back in a following week. What we're suggesting is to have an upfront conversation with you all as council to identify your top 5 priorities or projects or enhancements, so that we can then begin to do our due diligence and research and build into what that may be as an impact to our CIP, to our general fund, unassigned fund balance, and there's the overall total that will have to be balanced through our budget. So in that, obviously that's something I wanted to highlight, because obviously the sooner we have that conversation, the more time it will give the finance team and or certain departments in conducting some research to bring back a realistic number to be included into the budget and not just take a best guesstimate. But that is all to say, what you see in red, what you see in white can obviously be shifted, can be changed, right? Some have motions behind them on date specific, so we would probably want that to be updated in some form at a regular meeting just to capture that accurately and correctly. But this is what where we're generally sitting at for Q3.
Okay, I have 2 things. First, one, this is not an attachment for tonight's study session, this document. And it's another document for study session. And secondly, I can't read the black on the red. Is it possible to make that
We can change
pink
that.
color or something right now so that we can actually read it?
Yes, we can change the color. I would just say, man, if you go to Pres 25031, it's going to be your second hyperlink.
Okay, I'm looking here. Which?
I think
Here it
white
is,
font
study
would
session.
probably work.
So, 428. Oh, you're in Granicus. So study session priorities, there. So going forward, we can change the red color. I think generally speaking, we're trying to show, these are the ones that you all already booked. So it's really the white ones.
I get it, but I just can't read it on the
Yeah,
screen. right now.
absolutely. So is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Um,
I think Councilmember Dukes had a question first, then Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thanks to Manager Rogers. I have a couple of questions. In June, I know we talked about July, but in June, I had a question about the time or the priorities of some of the study session agenda items. Is it possible to talk through that, or are we too far in July?
I think since we're a couple of months out, I mean, I'd have to, well, for the sake of the argument and discussion.
Oh, and see, but I'm not saying changing any items on. I'm not recommending changing any items. So just the order of them. Sorry, go ahead.
The order. So can you bring up the June? I think if you can give a couple of examples, that may help me understand where you're trying to take that.
Yeah, it was about the golf cart. Oh, no, it was about the shopping cart ordinance and the conversation there. Which one was that? Is it go down to June?
So
No, other way.
So we have the parks.
There it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
And coming on May 12th.
Okay, yeah. I guess that was I was hoping if we can move the shopping cart and park hours up, so that we give more time to discuss those if needed, because it's such a big issue across the south of the city. I think ICSC is going to be a good discussion, but ICSC prep is really about, how do we go in there and get information and bring it back? I don't think it's as pressing as the park hours and shopping carts. I just put it out there as something I noticed in our last meeting when I was looking at this on Monday. But that's my thought on that.
How does the rest of the council feel about that?
Fine.
I'm getting general nods of the head, so I mean, that's a simple internal fix that we can make, so that's not a problem, sir.
Okay.
And the rest of council feels supportive of that, so that's not a
Okay.
problem.
And then my other question was around, I didn't see, and maybe I'm missing it, but the Wayfinder signs and any updates on that, is that somewhere on the agenda for study sessions the next couple of months?
They are not, because we're in the process of getting those fabricated and installed. And that's not something I would say at this stage of a policy discussion that there's any more direction necessary. So that's more providing you updates as they come through other means of communication, whether that is through emails or elsewise. But I wouldn't put 30 or 40 minutes on where we're standing with fabrication and installation based on the adopted CIP program.
That makes sense. It would just be good to have an update at some point, not a study session, but like you said, an email about where we're at with that. I know a lot of residents are interested in just seeing that come to fruition. So it's pretty exciting. Last point is just thank you for the idea of doing the council priority request and thinking through the budget. It may be helpful when we have that study session, if you already planned it, is to talk about what format you need the motions in, so we're consistent, so that we're not being redundant on saying, hey, well, I thought I did this, or I thought this was a part of it, but whatever you need is a part of a clear action to put into the budget.
Absolutely.
But Joe certainly has done this, cut tens of thousands of federal jobs and cut an entire department, including health, the FDA.
Mayor Douglas.
Thank you. As far as these council requests, the problem is we've had requests in the past, and adding 5, each council member just adds to that CIP list, where we should look at these the priorities like roads and all that. If they are, maybe it's not 5, maybe it's 2 or 3 items.
Yeah, I'm not going to say no to less.
Pardon me?
I'm not going to say no to less, but I would say, Mayor, what we are trying to do from a budget enhancement request when it comes to find collectively is right, I think kind of speaks back to what you heard earlier during the CERSA training is speaking as a body, and speaking as a voice of one as opposed to individually. And obviously you'll get a more robust discussion about where we anticipate the budget will be at for 2026, but also trying to remain fiscally sound and kind of take cues from the work that you all did around the table at the planning retreat with the number of dollars that you have that obviously are extinguishable. So how do we maximize those to the best capabilities, but also then balance that against the priorities that we need to be able to run the city operationally. So that's where we were trying to come as where does the body come down with requests for us to evaluate when we're also balancing, would then be balancing that against department budget enhancements.
So are you talking 5 collectively or 5 each?
5 collectively.
Okay, that's different. Okay. That's fine too, but we, still had to identify because we really didn't go through and hopefully with Northern Range Substation and with that coming forward, is that at because when we had the discussion that night, it didn't end with really going forward with the 43,000 square feet or 20,000 square feet because one was scrubbed and all that. So it'd be interesting to have a conversation. So should we just go through here and pick out the dates where these could fit in? Because I mean, that's what I thought we were going to do. Cause I'm at midnight out here and I don't want to spend another 45 minutes going over this when we really should concentrate on the ones that are in white. And then if there's more time, we can go back. Yeah. I would appreciate that. So however you want to do this is fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to bring up 2 things first before we do that, Mayor.
Okay.
And I don't know, maybe it was something, I made a mistake. Maybe I overlooked something. I'm always pretty good at getting things voted upon, but, or at least feeling there was consensus. But I thought we were going to have a study session on east-west truck routes, in the area.
I know it was discussed, and if it's something that we missed, obviously we can rectify that. I can't say that it jumps to the top of my mind, man, but it did come up when we were talking about 96 Avenue.
Right.
With the construction management company, but to the light of me, I like I said, I just can't remember right now if there was a formal action taken, but there was a discussion around that aspect.
Okay, do I need to do? I just feel like I did.
So let us do some homework and kind of go back to the meeting and see what we find, if there's a motion around truck routes. If there's not, I can reach out to you independently and then kind of advise you on how maybe to bring that up on
I'll do it Monday.
Where I was heading.
And then the other was RTD. I also asked for RTD to come. My understanding is that we have a RTD Sub-Regional Service Council.
That may be, I do not have that on my calendar, but you may have it on yours.
No, that a staff member from each city is on the Sub-Regional Service Council?
Correct, but I don't know every one of my staff's calendars, so I can't speak to that.
I had seen the RTD lobbyist at an AC rep meeting, and we talked about it, and I brought it up at the city council meeting.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do that for Monday also.
Yeah, you already have a standing one where you all had talked about it from the planning retreat. That is something that we do have to work on, but I think if you want to make an motion again on Monday, that will be supportive.
But to make it part of this
Yes.
list, I mean, it's not on this list, that's what, I don't
Yes,
understand.
absolutely.
Okay, and the other that I wanted to bring up was doing quarterly reports from the E3 group. if we're going to do quarterly reports from them, I would love to also have quarterly reports from all the departments. But if otherwise, I think that they could do it twice a year instead of 4 times a year.
I think they were, we'd have to go back and take a look, but I think it was a discussion that was held because a lot of that was then built into the monthly report. So they peeled this off to try to have that conversation. I think we will be more than willing to do it twice a year. As far as council, but I don't believe, well, it does say it was requested on a quarterly basis. So we'll go back and take a look at that motion as well and see what adjustments need to be made there. So we've got that noted too.
Might have been a very long time ago.
Very much so, ma'am. So
Douglas?
So where we stand right now, we have August 25th. That could be a conversation. Now, please remember, when we talked about this back in December, we are in the process of finalizing the design that was presented to you, Mayor. The direction there was to finalize the design and come back to you all with funding options. So what you will be getting is a funding option discussion on the presentation of the building and the size that was provided back to you all, like I said, December 16th of last year. So as you were saying, we can slot that in there. There is I would love to be able to have the conversation with you all sooner than later about the budget request. So more in the time frame of July-ish versus August. But that would mean an item having to shift from the July calendar. So easily, right now, you have July 14th, July 28th. You have July 28th, vacant building discussion could easily shift. Like I said, it's something that would help our operations, but this would also help us from developing a fiscally sound budget going into 2026. So I think we can shift the vacant building discussion for the discussion around the budget request, council budget request discussion. It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
And then slot vacant buildings at a future meeting in September.
Well, what about the Northern Range substation? Shouldn't we talk about that first?
Northern Range substations was always going to be off budget request because the sources and uses to fund that were never going to line up from the appropriation process situated within the 2026, and that's a little mouthful. So let me try to rephrase that. How that project has always been moving forward and the types of sources that we're going to need to help fund that project do not necessarily neatly line up with the 2026 budget. So it's always been viewed to operate in parallel, not as part of. So we're not beholden to following the budget structure for the substation, the Buckley Park, and the Chambers Road, because like I said, we're bringing options, and those options may look at things from bonds, COPs, unassigned general fund balance, which would be their own separate appropriations and or actions as part of that capital stack.
I didn't think we had agreed upon what the substation would be, that we had initially said the substation was going to be a substation. We haven't agreed that it's going to be a station with a courtroom and so on.
So the direction that I got from the 16th of December, and we've gone back and we've looked at that video, ma'am, was to finalize the design, and we went around the table for that. So that was very clear to move that forward,
What date was that?
December 16th.
Okay, I'll look at that too.
Yep, December 16th, and the clear direction was to come back to you all at the retreat based on what we were asking at the end of that presentation, to have that capital stack discussion.
I'm gonna check that out too.
I texted you, it's just 10:15.
Yeah. Okay, Mayor. I don't know how we're going to do this. Do you have a suggestion on what you want to do? It's already 10:15. Do I ask for a motion to extend the meeting if we need more time?
Sure.
Can I do a motion during a study session for a vote?
And to extend the meeting.
Yes, you can.
All righty. I have it from both the mayor and the city attorney that I can do that. May I have a motion to extend the meeting until 11, please? Hopefully we won't use that time. Is there a motion to extend the meeting until 11? Councilmember Chacon?
I make the motion to extend the meeting till 11.
Thank you. And do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And so we take a vote now. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And that was Mr. Teeter. Thank you. Okay, all those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, the vote is 4-2.
And allow me to correct myself, it's December 9th is when that conversation was.
Thank you.
During the study session.
Okay, Mayor. Give it your best shot on this study session stuff. It's very difficult to see because of going back and forth and so forth.
Oh, no, I'll let you guys go ahead and decide. City Manager Rogers laid it out, so I'm fine, whatever dates you guys want to put in here. 'Cause it all has to get done anyway.
And if it doesn't fit within any of those four with the white, like I said, it will, if you can carry it over to Q4. So don't feel pressure that we have to cram all of it in. It just may mean that our expectation on how that gets brought forward will just have to, like I say, shift to the next quarter. We do have a conversation around emergency operations plan. That is something that we are driving internally. There's been an outstanding question around natural medicine outreach and environmental overview. Given what we know, is that still necessary as a conversation? Given that, right, we are compliant with state law, and I don't want to speak for City Clerk Gibson, but he may be able to opine in a more bit nature. The energy performance contract project, while it's shown here, is still something that we are internally navigating with our vendor and contractor. Similarly with the Rocky Mountain Arsenal Wildlife Refuge name change, that is a ongoing conversation that we're having with them, but also internally with the city attorney's office on what process makes sense first for us then to be taking action with this. So really what you're looking at is that hasn't been highlighted for discussion is the EOP, Emergency Operation Plan, as well as the next gen of public transportation, which has been a presentation that our Public Works has been wanting to provide kind of high level just with trends and emerging topics that may be influential to just operations, but also when we think about the larger picture of the master transportation plan. But I would say probably the most pressing item that hasn't been highlighted yellow is going to be the emergency operations plan.
The oil and gas monthly update you have as a study session instead of a regular meeting?
Yes, I'm trying to think, refresh my memory, Dylan.
That is because September 1st, the regular meeting, when they usually present, is canceled due to Labor Day.
Yeah, it should be a regular meeting instead of A study session. We have it the first meeting, first Monday of the month. Why is it there? I guess is the question.
Because the first Monday of the month is canceled because of Labor Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So normally they would have presented on September 1st.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you.
No, that's okay. So it looks like September 22nd, there are results available for those remaining topics.
When did you throw in the growth and development in the Northern Range?
That's July 28th.
Okay. You know, I don't think that you're getting full involvement of the city council on this discussion tonight. So, Mayor Douglas has lost, oh, he's back.
Okay.
So I think that my recommendation would be to either take it up at the next meeting or slot things and see if there's anything we want to change for the future, in the future, rather than having us choose, because it's very difficult to go back and forth on this screen, unfortunately. I mean, scrolling is one thing, but to be able to say, oh, okay, this goes here, or that goes there, it's difficult to
me, that
cross
makes no
over.
sense.
Would everyone agree with that, to get all of those slotted in somewhere and then determine if that makes sense in the future rather than trying to do it now? Is there any objection to moving to reports? Hearing no objection. We'll move to reports then.
All right.
Thank you.
There are a number of improvements going on in Fairfax Park. Right now, we're partnering with the Wildlands Restoration Volunteer Group in planting 11 trees. We've got the playground renovation project that's underway and hopefully nearing completion. And then we have other new features with picnic tables, benches, trash cans. With the resolution to negotiate a contract with River Run Playground Equipment that was brought forward to you all not too long ago, the council communication referenced a dollar amount of $340,385.50. That amount was only for installation and not the collaborative purchase. So when we did the purchase and install, that brings the total to $548,625. I'm sharing this just for your awareness of where that actual dollar amount is truly for that project, but there's no action necessary for council to take. I said, this is just more for clarification for your understanding. We're starting.
Pioneer.
That's River Run.
Oh, River Run.
We're starting just this past week flushing the splash pad features with water. That's looking good so far. You know, we've been working on that for the past year since we closed it last summer. Paradise Island is also on schedule to open May 24th. Most of that concrete is to pour, but we do have some critical pieces that are still outstanding. We will also then start to turn on the boilers here in the next couple of weeks. Obviously, weather, if we do not have the ability to pour, can play a role. Also, if we run into any issues, could delay. But right now, everything's looking pretty positive with Paradise Island. 3 of our 4 drones have arrived for PD. So we're working to get install scheduled at Eagle Point, MFC, Bison Ridge. The 4th one's going to be modified to be set in the bed of a patrol truck. So it will allow for it to still be utilized from a stationary position, but it would also give us a mobile feature for one of our drones. And then last but not least, MIC3 Day of Service, we had 64 participants, 14 members representing 5 companies, 2 council members that picked up 107 bags of trash totaling 1.01 tons. So I'd like to thank all of those included who participated in that effort. And that is my report.
I'll be quick. I actually participated in the MyC3 trash cleanup. It was a great event. I had the good fortune of doing the Derby area as well as Highway 2. It was a very fun event. I'm hopeful that we can get double the amount of employees to participate next year. So if the weather's a little warmer, I think we could get more folks. Other than that, I will actually be out of the office tomorrow. If anyone has anything urgent, certainly council members, please send me a text
I have a
message.
question for you after the meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
And that is all I have.
Thank you.
Oh, you
Did
know what? I'm
anyone-
sorry. I have one more.
Okay.
Please check your inbox. I sent you an email this evening. There were 2 executive orders that were issued late this afternoon from the president that will impact municipalities. In a nutshell, fast-moving executive orders that have to do with deportation and local law enforcement. I suspect that municipalities throughout the country are going to be digesting what those executive orders actually mean in practice, and we'll have, I'll be tracking it all week, and we'll have an update for you, if not by the end of the week. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Douglas.
Sorry about that. It's hard on this phone. Thank you very much. Oh, Jason, I was going to ask you real quick. Is there a program? I know we have a program for our citizens as far as seniors for snow guardians to remove snow. Do we have a program for seniors to mow their yards?
I don't believe so, sir, but I could be mistaken. I know that's something that we were looking into, but obviously it never, well, I think it was something that was tossed around and we looked into. So I think there's some things that we'd have to work through with the city attorney's office.
All right.
What I can say,
I put a call out to community well-being, but I didn't. They said they had a program, but I didn't know if one was developed, so I thought I would ask you that this just happened this afternoon.
Yeah. And I would share this with you. I appreciate that. And Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just interject something very quickly. When we were talking about the police substation and the December 9th meeting, I have also asked my staff to go back and to look at that matter and to provide me with more clarifying details to make sure that I am fully understanding of what that direction was. So obviously I would ask you all to do your research as much as I am doing the research of what is being provided to my team. And if there's a lack of clarity there, we will then obviously take the appropriate steps to bring back the discussion, whatever that might be. So I just want to make sure that I'm clear about that as well. So if it is design and budget, then we will talk design and budget. If it is budget, we will talk budget. But if there's a different discussion that you all want to have, I'll engage with you all on that as well. But just so you know that, and putting that out there, since we had a conversation about that earlier, I don't want it to seem as though that your resources are limited. It's just figure out that next path if there's a discussion still warranted by you all.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, last Tuesday, I thought there was an I-270 meeting, but they moved it till tomorrow. I ended up going to the Adams 14 school board that night. And then the next night we had Adams City mayors and county commissioners youth award banquet over in Westminster. That was a great event. I was looking forward to going to that. We did have one award recipient received but not to be acknowledged that night. And then the next day was a NATA board meeting. And then let's see, Friday, I did have the opportunity to go to the Sparks New Talent, and that's with South Adams Fire District and Career Opportunity Expo with 27J students from Prairie View High School. So we got to actually go over to the building. The students actually built the building from the ground up, the inside, the outside. they actually put in a sprinkler system in the home. And so they, as planned, they set the house on fire and burned it down to the ground. And so next year, there's a new building next to that one, and it has an upgrade with sprinkler system inside that building. And what they'll do next year is strip off the siding off the house and then set that one on fire, just to show how fast fires are started. It used to be in the past, you had 3 to 5 minutes when you notified of your carbon monoxide system in your house. And now the time is 90 seconds to get out of the house safely, just because of all the different fibers that are products that are built that are carbon intense, and they go up much quicker. There was also discussion brought to my attention that was heard that let's see, I'm trying to think. I think it was Ryan. I can't think of Ryan's last name, but he's a fire marshal with South Adams, and he would like to be part of that conversation when we talk about the sprinkler systems, because he was part of that program when it was first introduced to council, and that process we're in council and voting on that. I'm just asking if we could reach back out to Ryan. I'll get his last name and make sure he's there that night to have that discussion about the fire sprinkler system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else? Charles? Oh, sorry, Councilor Dukes.
Yeah, thank you. Lower my hand. I was at the business award banquet, appreciation awards banquet was last Thursday. What a great event. Kudos to the city and their team with the economic development. The videos were amazing of the nominees and of the winners. And so thank you all for putting that together. And it really represented the city well.
Thank you. Mayor Douglas, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I messed that up because I had it in my notes, and then I went to the evening instead of start out in the morning, because I stayed up I'll stay up all night, but rehearsed my little speech there. But no, I appreciate all the cast members that showed up for the award for our businesses, and just to highlight the fact that those are the businesses who've been, trying to make things happen through COVID, and coming to this time, and they've been very successful to come out of that, and just a participation, and the fact that, again, we have an event that is hosted in our rec center. That says a lot. Our economic development team, they did a fabulous job, and I really appreciate where we're going for now and in the future. So thank you very much, Councilmember Dukes, for reminding me that, because I had that in my notes. I went straight to the evening. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. I attended I would like to congratulate the Commerce City businesses who won awards this year. It was a wonderful appreciation breakfast at Bison Ridge and really enjoyed that. Attended the Adams 14 Foundation dinner, a gala, really. It was exquisitely well done also. I have a hard time going to events without putting on my event cap and watching how it's done, and it was really quite well done. And then I also attended the 27J Use Tax Committee meeting. And more of those are upcoming. I have had questions recently about a zip code or post office in North Commerce City. So if we're looking at 73,000 people, I think you said, City Manager Rogers?
Yes, ma'am.
So how many of those do you think are in the North Range? More than half? Half?
I would say we have around, based on the census tract data, since we have more houses than in the core city, we probably have more 73. We're probably maybe 35 in the northern range.
So less than half.
I'm at least 35,000, but I don't have the actual unit count in front of me.
Well, our post office is in Derby, and some of the businesses are coming to me and talking about the distance to do their business and so on and so forth. So, their interest is in a post office in North Commerce City and how we might be able to achieve that. I've had complaints about electric bikes on public property or school property, but I believe that section 21-1100 applies to motorized vehicles. So is an electric bike a motorized vehicle will be my question, or do we need to expand the language on it to include it? Also, residents came to me because the Front Range Early Learning Center, which had been in Commerce City a long time, a daycare center, closed on April 1st. It's on Chambers at about 100th. And then also, I'm hoping that as we're preparing the budget, that we're taking into account issues that might contract or impact the trucking industry and what that might do to our revenue stream. I know that the port at Seattle has no ships in it right now. The port of Los Angeles has no ships. So there are no trucks going in to load up and take anything back across the country to come through our area. And it seems to me that since we're the center of commerce and have the most semis of anywhere in Colorado, according to our former colleague, Councilmember Hurst, it could be quite impactful what's coming down the pike over the next several months. That's all I have. Does anyone else have anything?
I do, but I wanted to piggyback on what you just said too.
Sure. Councilmember
that,
Douglas?
There are shipping containers coming over that are empty.
Empty.
So.
Yeah.
Just to piggyback.
I mean, one
on
of the
that.
things that was good during the pandemic is that we were an industrial community, so we weren't really as affected. And the retail communities were more affected, but in this case, everybody is affected. That covers it for this evening. Oh, one more, Councilmember Douglas.
Real quick, I wanted to echo everyone's comments on the business appreciation breakfast. Did a fabulous job. Everybody who was involved in it, and we just came up looking great. Everything from the centerpieces to the food, to the atmosphere, the businesses that were awarded. It was a really great event. From there, I met with some members of the senior commission, and we did a tour of the Eagle View Senior Center in Brighton. And that was very informative because a lot of the seniors have been asking about the possibility of maybe having our own senior center as they do in Brighton. From there, I went to the Adams County Mayors and Commissioner Awards and attended that with the mayor and Councilman Teeter. And that was a really great event as well. And the keynote speaker, I don't know if anybody remembers back in 1983, but there was the kidnapping of a 3-year-old girl, and she was left for dead at the bottom of an outhouse pit. And survived for 3 days in the sewage. And she was a keynote speaker, and it was very moving to hear her speak. The next day, I'd like to thank Cheryl for meeting with Mayor Pro Tem and myself as well to give us clarity and guidance on how to approach the 1 o'clock meeting for the 27J tax use. So I'd like to recognize you for going above and beyond and really
My
helping us
pleasure.
out.
Ditto.
And from there, went to the EPAC meeting. That was really good. And then I did testify at the AQCC hearing on the Sinclair expansion. I made sure to disclose the fact that I am a a council member, but I also made sure that everyone knew I was speaking only on my own behalf. And that's it. Oh, and we did boards and commission interviews on Saturday, and God, we had fabulous people interviewing for positions.
That's
so
great. Okay, I
very
have
excited.
several people with their hands up. I have to do it in order. First, Councilmember Teeter, who has not spoken.
That was Lori Poland that was
Yes.
give that speech, and she was 3 years old when somebody offered her candy when her father was in the store getting her popsicles.
In the house, getting her popsicles.
And she jumped in the car and left, and they could not find her. And then 3 days later, somebody happened by that toilet up in the middle of nowhere. And then she said, it's too disgusting, I don't want to use this one, so they drove away. And then she said, I can't wait, I gotta go back. And they went back to the toilet. And this little 3-year-old was down in that outhouse. And when she heard her down there, the lady asked her, she said, what are you doing down there? And she said, this is my home.
Yeah, this is where I live.
And
Oh, my God.
and then they found the guy that did it, and they give him 6 years. And that's all that they gave him, and then he reoffended after that.
Yes, in California. And the things that he did to that
I
little
just
girl.
Should have
was-
put him in an outhouse for 3 years.
They should have hung him.
No kidding.
That's where he deserved.
Councilmember Dukes, I'm gonna do this in order. City
And
Manager.
I'm not finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I
I gotta
attended
go
that-
back to Councilmember Teeter. He's not finished.
I attended that businesses meeting on, was that Friday
Wednesday.
or Wednesday? And it was great. Everything went well, but except for I didn't quite understand the last part to where they had a Hispanic appreciation award, 2 of them, when 90% of the people there were Hispanic. And, from listening to our judge talk, and he's saying we speak 13 languages, why are we going out of our way for one specific group? That doesn't make sense to me. In other words, I think we should have had to just strictly for Commerce City residents, period, with no special interest groups. Am I wrong on that, or is it, I don't know.
I didn't think they were.
Is that something we should do on a regular basis, is bring out a specific group to get awards? When we got that many different groups in our city.
Okay, Councilmember Dukes?
I just wanted to, couple of things. I did the boards and commissions interviews was amazing. Just want to echo that with Councilmember Douglas. We had a true diversity group of folks from different ages, lived experiences, and ethnicity that really applied for the board this time. And we always have fantastic board members, but this was a pretty unique group. The other thing I just want to put a pin in for Mayor Pro Tem Noble, as you are hearing more about the early child care center, please let us know. I do think that it's going to be a bigger issue for our cities in general, as the CCAP dollars have been paused for 3 years for early child care centers. And what that essentially does is going to limit the amount of free or low income families that can participate in some of these child care centers, which will make the tuition higher for those who can pay tuition for those more affluent. So you may want to keep an eye on that, because as a city, those buildings are going to be hard to repurpose. There's going to be loss of services, and so we want to keep an eye on that. I just want to add to that.
Yes, that's true. And what I heard is part of the problem was the concentration of daycare centers in that particular area that led to a competition that was difficult for them too. Mayor Douglas?
Yes, thank you. I forgot to mention I did testify at the Holly Energy as well, and I did let them know I am there in my own accord. So, thank you very much. And the reason why with the award ceremony, we also have to keep in mind that over half of our residents are Spanish speaking. So thank you.
City Manager Rogers.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And I will make this quick. As I've always said, accountability is key for me. So I did get some updated information from my staff and back on the police substation. If you all, when you do look, turn your attention to the 4 hour and 11 minute mark, the recommendation was for support the city manager in taking next steps to identify various funding mechanisms of the 29 million and some odd change gap to design and construct a 43,350 square foot facility that totals $45,703,590. And then once that conversation about capital stack was had back with you all, then we would then proceed with the other recommendations of 1, proceed with finalizing the design, 2, start to engage the community, and 3, bring CMGC on board, which was approximately 80,000. So there was some confusion internally, like I said, accountability is. That is the discussion that we had at the end of that meeting around that, like I said, 4 hour, 11 minute mark. So that is the direction that we had received, or consensus per se, that we had received from the December 9th meeting, was to look at that building in its totality and then talk about the next stages of finalizing design, which would be about 585,000. So I would say there's still some work that we have to do in looking at that design and those costs, because you all wanted some details on that, where you all as a body were split, but not taking actual formal steps until you all were comfortable with the dollars and the money for the building of that size based on the capital stack. So once again, wires can get crossed, and like I said, I can be accountable and make sure that you all have what I know based off of updated information from my staff.
Thank you very much for that. And Councilmember Dukes mentioned the videos at the appreciation breakfast, and they really were really good. I really enjoyed those, and encourage people to go to Bison Grill for breakfast because the crepes are delicious.
And the sausage was good.
So we had those at the appreciation breakfast, and they're serving them now all the time at Bison Grill. Alrighty, we are done, everyone. The meeting is adjourned.
It's not even.
Bye, loves. Take care.